Run when the rhythm's right. Go into the night. Go until you're out of sight and you're out of my mind. Run when the rhythm's right. Go into the night. Floating as the river flows, easy as it goes to the ocean. So walk on by, I've got no reason to love you, but I do, I do, I do. So walk on by, I've got no reason to love you, but I do, I do, I do. Show me colors of the sky, but all I see is gray. You lost me when you lied. Promise me, but you never try. Secrets in your eye, you go and run, I'll hide. Show me colors of the sky, but all I see is gray. You lost me when you lied. I don't ever wanna be crowned, just another prize. It breaks my heart, heart, breaks my heart, 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 breaks my heart, 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 breaks my heart, 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 breaks my heart. Lost in the midnight blue shadows of the moon. Here with open arms for you, feeling something so new. Said with me you'd reach the sun. Oh, but we were so young. Love me till the summer's done, but keep me in your heart, so I hold on. So walk on by, I've got no reason to love you, but I do, I do, I do. So walk on by, I've got no reason to love you, but I do, I do, I do. Show me colors of the sky, but all I see is gray. You lost me when you lied. Promise me, but you never try. Secrets in your eye, you go and run, I'll hide. Show me colors of the sky, but all I see is gray. You lost me when you lied. I don't ever wanna be crowned, just another prize. It breaks my heart. Colors of the sky, breaks my heart. All I see is colors of the sky, but all I see is colors of the sky. Colors of the sky, but all I see is colors of the sky. But all I see is colors of the sky. Colors of the sky, but all I see is colors of the sky. All I see is colors of the sky. All I see is to the ground now, and somehow I feel like you don't know me. Shook me to the ground now, I don't even know how. Brought me to a life that you never showed me. Coming from the locked up ghost of your sound, but you're coming from the light. There's more to you than you ever thought there was. Yeah, you're coming from the light.
All right. Good morning, good afternoon, good evening, and welcome. My name is Rizordi, and to you, one and all, I say right here, hello, friends. How's it going? Welcome. I realize that when I get the background audio going, I should slowly increase it. As of right now, I just have the little Windows volume mixer, so I push the speaker and it comes on loud. I need to get one of those mixer things so I can slowly fade in music, fade out music, fade in Rizordi. Whoa! Gotta hire a production assistant for that, for sure. Sci-Fi Sansi, thank you so much for the continuing subscription. It's very good to see you. Hope you're having a good day for sure. 43 months is a lot of months. Rizordi, yay to you, my friend. Freak, hello. Blue Link, how's it going? Dogberry, what is up? Hello to you, Jim. Hope you're having a good one, my friend. Welcome in Gone Greencrete. Hello to you, Green Concrete. Hey, Quick Ben, what's up? Ablu Turnup, Italian, hello. Fernanthus and Pepper Mga. And everybody else, I appreciate you being with us. Silent, hello friend. Hello to you, Cyber Oracle. Here, my friends, it's a Wednesday, it's a teaching day, but I am largely ready for teaching. So we might be able to stream a little longer today than usual. We'll see. Today's a class I know pretty intimately, so I should be in good shape for that. On Monday, I had my students fill out their midterm instructor evaluation, and I'm happy to report that no one had any major concerns about the class. These are anonymous feedback, by the way, so they do not have to worry that I'm going to say, oh, you don't like me, F-. But no, people were largely on board and largely happy with what I'm doing, and that delights me. And the best part of it is the only sustained complaint is your handwriting's kind of hard to read, and that is absolutely true. A couple days ago, I saw another professor's classroom while I was walking down the hall, and I saw their whiteboard, and they had such nice, beautiful handwriting and nicely organized columns, and they used different colors as summaries and head points and definitions, and it was truly a beautiful thing to behold. I'm unfortunately one of those people who starts in the top left corner and says, all right, here's today's topic. And then I just kind of keep working my way down and left, or down and right, until eventually I've covered the whole board. And I feel so bad. I do underline things that are important, but I need to work on this. I need to find an online class that will teach me how to do good board work, because I feel bad for my students. Maybe we'll make that part of stream. Maybe I'll get the giant whiteboard out finally and practice every day writing the words that I speak. We'll see. Echo, thank you so much indeed for your generous Prime sub. It's good to see you. Hello, Saucy Giraffe. Welcome. I actually don't know how people learn to write on the board. 100% unsure on this one. I think some of it might be care and attention. Because when I'm writing by hand on a sheet of paper, for instance, if I'm writing for myself, my handwriting is absolutely terrible. But if I'm writing for my grandmother, I make my letters just right, and I go very carefully and slowly, because if I don't, as happened about 5 years ago, she'll send me a handwriting textbook. This actually happened. I was 36 years old, and my grandmother sent me a textbook on how to write. It's ridiculous. Yeah, so I probably need a little bit slower and more careful while writing on the board, but I think it's hard for me to think well and write well at the same time. So, I don't know. Yeah, this grandma and I have a strange relationship. I like her a lot. I think she likes me just fine, but she's definitely someone who's willing to, say what she thinks, even if it's, not exactly polite. So, fine. What else do I have for you? Oh, last night off stream, I did finish the CK3 playthrough. I will have an update on that over on the Discord before too terribly long. I'm happy to tell you, spoilers here, that we accomplished all of the intended goals. Absolutely everyone got done, including some I didn't plan for initially, and I'm fairly happy with how the playthrough went. At some point, there are some other big goals to get, and so we'll go back to CK3 before too long. I am guessing that the new big expansion that's coming out later this year, hopefully, will have additional achievements, so I want to get the ones that are remaining knocked out before then, hopefully. But yeah, excited for the CK3 update coming. Very much enjoyed talking about that with you all on stream yesterday, and today we have a day ahead of Oni, and that'll be good. Saucy says your mom has done the same thing with criticizing your handwriting. Yeah. I mean, when I was young, this is gonna be an old man resorty story. Here we go. When I was young, my elementary school teachers insisted that we learned how to write cursive, right? This very looping, fancy handwriting style. And that's my default writing now. If I want someone to be able to read me, I write very slowly looping. Unfortunately, my students, including the Americans, do not know how to read this. They've never been taught how to do so. Yeah, so they were born in 2003, 2004 or so, and cursive is just like a strange hieroglyphic script, and so I need to intentionally not use it now. When a student told me that he had never learned this, and then I asked the other students in the room, they said the same thing. I then picked one at random and said, "On the wall is a clock. Can you tell what time it is?" And he said, "Oh yeah, he could. He definitely could." But then a young woman sitting next to him said, "No, I actually can't. I only learned how to read digital clocks." I was like, "Oh gosh." And this is not in any way a we need to teach the young people how to read cursive and read clocks, because it's not a huge deal. It's just really a marker of how I'm getting older. How I'm getting older and how things are changing. And I don't know. Yeah, I do kind of wonder, in 100 years from now, will people still use handwriting at all in normal contexts? Because at this point, I do still carry a notebook, and I write my lecture notes out by hand. But I know that many of my younger colleagues just use an iPad and have their lecture notes written out there. So I guess that is still using handwriting, but it's not the paper thing. I don't know. It's always hard to see exactly what technologies will stick around, which won't. I want to believe we'll keep the ability to write on with our little hands, but maybe it'll just become more and more typing all the way through. Yeah, not sure. Jesse, the only thing you do with cursive these days is your signature. Yeah, I mean, I wonder if that will continue being an important thing. The writing one's mark. Like, I'm the only person who can do this mark in the world, which of course is not true. Other people can memorize your signature, but here in Japan, they have these things called hanko. I probably mentioned before. There's these little carved, often wooden stamps that has your family name on it or your personal name possibly, and they're almost always done in kanji. And so when you're doing important documents here, like at a bank for instance, you take your hanko and you push on the paper to indicate, I have read this, etc. And increasingly those are not being used here. They're still used for affairs of state, like when the emperor makes an edict, he used the big stamp, and his stamp really is bigger than anybody else's. His is like fist size, where the average person's is the size of, I don't know, a third of a playing card deck, maybe? Not not my greatest analog of size ever, but yeah. And so these are like gradually fading out, and they're moving more and more in the direction of writing one's name, making a signature that way. And then for people like me who don't have kanji for their name at all, they're increasingly allowing signing in Romaji, as opposed to having non-Japanese people translate their name into the Japanese character sets and then write it that way. All this is to say, when we sold our house a couple years back, which is like the biggest financial transaction of our lives, we didn't actually sign any paperwork by hand. We e-signed. And it was very, very strange. It was very, very strange. Because, like, this was us saying goodbye to our home we lived in for 4 or 5 years. And we just, like, typed our name in. And the font was, like, this italicized kind of handwriting. And you type it in, and then you mark a little box that says, yes, this is really me. And you push sign, and that's that. And, like, on the one hand, like, I accept that, like, nothing is exactly special about handwriting, but there's a certain personal character that I want to say comes through with one's hand that does not come through with typing. This is like my one argument in favor of letters still, as opposed to email, is in email, we all use the same font, of course, and we all have basically the same impact on our fonts because you're just typing with Arial or Calibri or whatever it is. But yeah, when people write by hand, you can like see that personality come through a little bit more. And I think that's the reason I hope we maintain handwriting, so we can see the uniqueness of each person's expression. But yeah, you done any e-signing where you have to scan your handwriting. Well, that's interesting. If it like constructs a font set out of your writing, that's kind of cool. It's kind of cool. When I was applying for a bunch of jobs 5 or 10 years ago, I guess 5 years ago or so, I would write cover letters, which say like, "Hi, I'm Professor Resorti. I'm a cool guy. Please hire me." At the end of it, I would always, want to sign my name, not just by typing in Professor Resorti, but instead signing it all the way. And so I'd print out, these cover letters and then sign by hand and then scan them again and then send them off because they weren't accepting applications via mail. It had to be via email or some kind of upload, which fine, whatever. But I eventually realized that I could just go ahead and sign a piece of paper and scan that paper and then crop it in Paint and paste it into the document. And I felt so strange about this. Like, no, I can't replicate my signature. It needs to be done with my hand. But this is, again, just old fuddy-duddy thoughts here. Because I realize the times they are changing. But, yeah, I will miss and do miss putting the pen to paper, as it said. This reminds me, though, in the transition here in Japan from hankos, the stamps, over to handwritten signatures, the examiners who compare your written signature versus their exemplar case are so exacting. So because the stamp is a stamp, it makes the same shape every time. Like perhaps it'll be a little bit lifted in one spot because you haven't pushed down quite right, but it's still the exact same shape. And so for quite a while, there's been an expectation that when Westerners sign their name, they need to make the exact same signature. And I don't know about you, but for me, when I make my signature, it's close enough. Like I will occasionally cross my T a little farther, or have a smaller dip on the Z of Resorti, right? That sort of thing. And I can't do it exactly the same. And so I've never run into this, but I've seen absolute horror stories on the Japan Life subreddit of people saying, I went in to sign for a loan, and they say that my signature is not my signature. And so I asked them, what's different between the two? And they won't tell me because they worry that will be a way of allowing me to steal someone else's identity. So, as I understand, that's been rolled back a little bit more. But yeah, it definitely seems like a recipe for a lot of frustration, for sure. A lot of you have signatures that are a bunch of lines, a bunch of a mess. Yeah, I don't know how this will work here, because there is such an emphasis on doing it the same way every time. I'm also like absolutely fascinated by how people develop their signatures. Because when I was a kid, I didn't realize it was something one had to do. Like I saw my parents signing checks, and I thought, okay, one just like gets a signature. But no, there were certain points in life where I sat down and said, okay, how do I want to present myself in the world? And you can't just like write your name out bit by bit by bit. You have to like think about every squiggle, every move, and so on. And I don't know why. How do I tell this story without revealing my real name? I don't know why, but when I was a youngster, I thought it'd be a cool thing, instead of writing the first letter of my first name in uppercase, Instead, if you go back on the VOD, you will now know what the first letter of my first name is, because I made it in the air with my hand. Instead of writing my first letter in uppercase, I thought, wouldn't it be cool to start it with a very large lowercase letter, A? And so until I was like 24 or 25, I would do this. And I thought it was like, look kind of cool. Like, look, I'm a casual guy. And then eventually I met my wife. She's not here, but I point behind here, indicating she's back there somewhere. I met my wife, and she saw my handwriting, and she saw my signature, and she said, "Your signature looks like a child wrote it. I would never hire you for anything." Yeah. And so, with her assistance, I developed a more adult signature. I still didn't get hired for any tenure track jobs, but at least it wasn't my signature's fault. I don't know. Like I said, I don't know how people choose their signatures. I don't know how people decide how to present themselves in the world. I'm guessing for a lot of people, it's just they are told to write a signature in 7th grade, and then they just kind of work off that. But yeah, I really do wonder like how much intentionality there is there. I'm sure there's some kind of, I don't know. I'm sure there's some kind of book on how signatures develop throughout history, because I'm assuming that the habits of signature writing are different from time to time. They have to be, and if not, I should write this book. At the exact same time we're getting rid of signatures, move to e-signatures. Oh, actually, maybe that's the hook. Maybe the hook is, what are we losing by moving to e-signatures? Like the personality, the individuality. And what does your signature say about you? Because I know there's like handwriting analysts, right? There are people who will look at your handwriting and say, oh, you're a criminal, or whatever. But yeah, all the hearts that dot the I's. Oh yeah. In elementary school, I had a classmate whose name was Jennifer, I believe. And she'd always put a heart over the I of Jennifer. And I wonder if she stopped that. Like, she has to have stopped that by now. We're almost 40 years old. If there's a 39-year-old woman out there who is still writing a little heart every single time, that would be absolutely amazing. But I remember that she would often, like, she did kind of this stereotypical sitcom-y thing where there was a guy she liked, and so she would practice writing out her name as Mrs. Jennifer Johnson, or whatever it was. And she'd write it over and over and over again, each time with slight modifications on the styling. And at the time, I thought it was so charming. And now I think it's a little bit ridiculous, of course, but I think it's often how we look back on childhood habits. Yeah, interesting. I'm gonna look into handwriting after stream today. I did not plan to talk about this. I don't know how this conversation started. Oh, my bad handwriting on the chalkboard. That's exactly right. We don't use chalk here. I miss the chalk. I miss the chalk so much. Because one of the other complaints I got was the markers are too thin. And so they sit in the back row apparently, and they can't read my thin markers. I don't know how to fix that because I don't buy the markers. And I push down pretty hard, and that's just that. So I'm gonna need to go to a craft supply store or something and go find some bigger markers. Or maybe I should make a complaint to the dean. I should go tell the dean that she needs to buy better markers because the students are revolting. Oh, apparently on the other side of things, there are some classrooms on campus I've not taught in yet that have like high flex, they call it, high flex teaching, hybridized teaching, where you could have students both in the classroom and online. But because you have students who might be online, the writing on the board needs to be sufficiently large that they can read it. And so that you have to use these ridiculously thick markers instead. And Noms has taught in this room a few times in the past year, I guess. And she said that they're so unbelievably comically large in their writing that it feels like you have to make like giant block letters to justify it. So yeah, I gotta find the just right. I see the Papa Bear and the Mama Bear, or Papa Bear and the Baby Bear. I gotta find Mama Bear size of handwriting. Now that said, there's only one student complaining, and I set a rule for myself a very long time ago that on student feedback, unless the thing that an individual was calling out was completely outrageous, like, Professor Rizordi, you swear at us a lot, please stop swearing at us, right? As long as it's not like that, I don't worry too much if it's just one student's feedback. Because often there's just one student who will argue in every direction at once. My standard example is, more group work please, no group work please, and these cancels are out, so maybe my handwriting isn't that bad. It is. All right, friends, that's enough opening chatting. Thank you all for the wonderful conversation to get me started today. It's a great joy knowing I can push the start streaming button and you all will come and talk to me about whatever nonsense comes to mind. And that is ridiculous now that I think about it. I have a sense that some streamers spend a lot of time preparing their pre-stream conversation. They pull up pictures and videos. They say, what's in the news today? I just show up and start talking, and you all are like, cool, let's talk about this. Chatting. I wonder if I pick something absolutely ridiculous, some ridiculous topic. Could we make it work? I bet we could. It reminds me a little story about the thinker Emerson, who taught at Harvard, was a transcendentalist, etc. And he would go on tour of the country. He did this thing called the Lyceum Tour. Back before there was the internet, back before there were universities throughout the country, there were these halls in medium-sized to semi-medium-sized farming communities, especially. And thinkers throughout the country, like Mark Twain and Emerson, as I mentioned, would tour from city to city, giving little talks for the edification of the community. And these were crazily popular because, again, there was nothing to do in the evenings then. No TV, I guess. And so Emerson apparently had this way of being able to talk about anything. He would show up at the Lyceum and say, assembled on what would you care to hear a speech? And they'd give him really any topic, and he would just go for an hour and a half. And apparently the way he prepared for this is in his office at Harvard, or maybe at his home, not quite sure which one. He had this giant board of topics. And on the giant board of topics, there were all these subtopics out here. And he made a map of how they all fit together. And in the very middle was the thinker Hegel. And so if he could get from any topic to Hegel, he could get to any other topic. And so apparently there's some notes about how his speaking tours often had an unexpected Hegel section so he could get to what he wanted to talk about. And so maybe that's what I should do. Maybe I should find a central topic. If I can just talk about RimWorld, we can go anywhere else. We'll see. That's how this goes. Yeah, it's an amazing fact. I mean, I assume it's the case that people who give public speeches regularly that aren't pre-scripted have to have some trick like that. I expect that anyone who gives public speaking has some go-to stories. The president here, for instance, has this story about when he was 13 years old. His bicycle broke down in the middle of nowhere, and he went to some random farmer's house and knocked on the door and asked to borrow an air pump, and right there in the farmer's front yard, he repaired his bicycle. And I've heard him trot out this story, I don't know. We've been here, 11 months, 9 months about that. I've heard it trot out probably 100 times because it's his go-to story on adversity. So when students talk to him about, I'm having a really hard time here, fitting in and figuring out what to do, he wants to say, you need to do hard things. It's awkward, but you gotta go up to that farmer's door. And so I suspect we have a lot of tropey stories we use over and over again when we public speak. Definitely in my classes, I have standard examples I use, which is why I feel so bad when students take me for multiple classes, because they often hear the same stories deployed in slightly different contexts. But yep. And as we discussed before, if you watch a streamer for a long enough period of time, especially a streamer who's not 100% game focused, you will often hear the same stories. And exactly, Fernandez, I feel bad for viewers who are here for a long time because I really only have so much life, so I only have so many stories. And I like my stories, so I tell the same stories over and over again. And I think that'll be appropriate once I'm old man Rizordi. I think you all will tolerate it if I'm, I don't know, 75 years old and sitting in my big rocking chair and playing my Minecraft still, or RimWorld. Oh my god, I can't tell Rimworld, I can't tell Noms has happened. So Noms teases me by calling calling Rimworld Minecraft, and I've never made the mistake myself. Anyway, when I'm 70 or 80 years old, sitting in my rocking chair, surely you all be okay with me telling the same stories. At this point, I'm too young for that kind of thing. Gotta work on coming up with some new stories. How do I get new stories, though? I guess I can go and do more things, or, you know, make them up like a liar. We'll see, we'll see. We need to stop bullying ourselves in this. We're all children inside, only when we feel like it. Foaming Jetty, it's true. It's true. Yeah, there are very few contexts in which I will not be silly and playful. And I like that streaming is a place where I can be quite serious and quite playful and in between, and that is just fine. So that's how it's gonna go, how it's gonna go, how it's gonna go. Alright, let's play some video games. Let's push this button right here. My friends, we continue playing a little game called Auction Not Included. This is our second week of playing this game. We are 253 cycles into our ongoing playthrough. Yesterday, we actually accomplished some things. Yesterday, I set specific goals, and we got 3 of those goals done. Now, 2.5 of those goals done. Something like that. But we are heading in the direction of goodness, and that makes me very, very, very happy. So, let me talk about what we did yesterday first, and then we'll talk about what we want to do today, because I've got some good goals. So goal number 1 was to get auction production functioning without any algae. You'll see here we have 0 kilograms of algae, and somehow the base is still quote-unquote full of oxygen. And that's amazing, and hopefully that will continue. We're probably going to build 1 more of these rooms to make more oxygen for the base, but very happy on that right there. Number 2, we dug out some geysers, and this was the worst thing that happened yesterday. So we had 2 geyser spots, this neutronium pad here and this one here, and we really wanted to believe that one of them would be valuable. But no, this one is hot polluted oxygen at 500 degrees, and I have no idea how to cool down something that hot quite yet. Long term, I have some ideas, but in the next few cycles, not going to happen. However, if we need some oxygen, we can get it right there. Number 2, in the middle of our cold biome is a volcano. A volcano. And it erupts magma at 1,726 degrees Celsius. And I have no idea what to do with that. That is so unbelievably hot. I assume the answer is something steel, but I just want to see what the melting temperature of steel is. Melts it. Okay, so yeah, it doesn't actually melt until 2,500 or so. So a steel box can indeed hold that. I assume it's something to do with turbines, because turbines destroy heat, but turbines need to run some kind of liquid through them, and I genuinely do not know. There's an ice biome with a volcano in the middle. Yep, it's like a donut. And from my crosswords, I know the shape of a donut is a torus. A torus. It's like a donut, where it's nice, happy, friendly cake, and then the hole in the middle is nothingness. That's what we got here. So around the outside, goodness. In the middle, bad. Bad, bad, bad. Okay. Hello, Grob. Nice tie. Thank you for that. I appreciate it. A donut is shaped like a coffee cup. A donut is shaped like a coffee cup. I don't know what you've been drinking coffee out of, my friend. All right, so that was the second thing we got done. And the third thing, we began to automate this room right here. At this point, the water going out and water coming in are completely automated. They are able to make sure no germs get in here, because currently we fill the bucket for 30% of the day, we empty the bucket for 28% of the day, and there's then 60 or so percent left. Sorry, 40% or so left for it to de-germify itself. And at this point, so far so good. Though, as you'll notice here, we are actually kind of running out of liquid inside the reservoirs. We might need to find a way to pack more in or get more out. So as of right now, it looks like full boluses, full boli, are coming on out. though I believe it's the case that after certain points, namely this point, we're not seeing full boluses go through. And the reason for that is only one sieve is not enough. So the big goal for today, the first goal for today, is to get this automation set up and a second sieve. And that second sieve should allow us to push the water through a little bit more quickly. As you see here, it's a smaller, I don't know, half or a third water bit going through. Topologically, coffee cups and donuts are the same thing. Cool. Sounds good to me. Sounds good, sounds good. Alright, you'll notice throughout the base we have a tremendous amount of conveyor line. That conveyor line is all leading to the middle here, where we'll be sending all kinds of sand and coffee, not coffee, sorry, sand and coal everywhere on the map. Let's see what kind of fun we have in the box here. We have nutrient bars. I don't know if I exactly want nutrient bars, but let's see here. Lower germ resistance. So far we've done a pretty good job on keeping everybody safe and healthy. Better construction, moves kind of fast. Over here we have someone with no research, that's fine. Yeah, I'm kind of leaning towards old bubbles here. I think the one issue is we don't have a second proper bedroom, and we haven't seen many big backups on bathrooms recently, but we need to get more proper bathrooms made. That is the big goal for today, is automation of the chlorine room and getting a second barracks made. If I can do those two things, today's stream will be a success. So hopefully. Come on down, Bubbles! We'll get you joining us. And you start with a skill point, that's great. I don't know if all dupes start with a skill point, or if we're just getting lucky and some of them do. So all you want to do is wear a fancy spacesuit. For right now, my friend, you have increased construction skill, correct? A trait, I believe, for that. So Bubbles, show me your traits. Bio has it handy, there it is. So bonus construction, swift and skilled. We'll give you that for now, and then we'll add in additional carrying and so on. So you do that. And you need a hat. Great. All dupes except the first three start with one skill point. I had no idea. And absolutely no idea. I think I probably generalized out from that first one in a way I shouldn't have. Alright, beloved Bubbles, you're going to, I guess, do construction first. That seems like a really nice idea. And that's done, you'll help with the tidying, and the storing, and the supplying, and that'll be just lovely. Hello, Klaus, good evening to you. Good evening to everybody, or morning, or whatever time of day it is for you. Thanks for hanging out with us. I sure do appreciate it a whole bunch. This storage bin here has been here for a while and has nothing inside of it. I see over here there's some granite just hanging out. The granite is 30 degrees warm, so if we were to look here, temperature is currently about 30 degrees anyway. So I'm okay with putting the granite here, but we do need to start thinking about a serious cooling loop. And the only trouble with that is our brine on the far right is not as full as I'd like it to be. So we'll look in just a moment and see what we can find. Yeah, it's down to this now. And that's partially because we were pumping brine both in the direction of our auction rooms as well as in the direction of our main water bucket. And we don't need any more water there right now. So something I've thought about doing, instead of having our cooling loops on these rooms return to the main desalinator provider, is borrowing at least some of the water to cooling loop the rest of the base. If this is done, the cooling loop will move a little bit more freely, especially if you don't have too much liquid inside of it. There's a little open space, it'll keep on flowing. You'll notice right now that because it's completely jammed up, it's just barely moving from moment to moment, but that will be a topic for a little later today. For now, what can we do up this way? Alright, so as of right now, the dupes are building this step by step. Unfortunately, it's unreachable. Is it really? Huh, I didn't realize that. Alright, so let's add another one of these, I guess, and then it should be good and reachable. And this is all already reachable. Requires learn skill. Oh! So I think Mima is the only character we have who currently knows how to make mechatronics. We'll go through the skills page real quick and see if one of our builders is able to pick that up now. So who is a builder other than Meemaw there? Lindsay. Lindsay is good at building. Unfortunately, we need to get her over to Mechatronics Engineering next, and that is a tremendous amount of morale draw. But we'll start working on that. She needs one more skill point to finish it. Fine. Hassan also helps with building, and his morale is 15 right now. There is one more positive point we can get, but we'll have to spend 1, 2, 3 to get there. Preferably not. We're going to run through real quick and see who's closest on getting these done. And I'm afraid... Oh, you know how you can do it? We look here and see that Pei, Meemaw, and Lindsay have gotten that. So Pei is probably the one other one who may be close. And, yep, not quite close enough, but we'll get one more carrying. We're waiting for Lindsay to get one more skill point. One more skill point, and that's good. My dupes have an outrageous amount of morale. It will not be a problem. I mean, I appreciate the vote of confidence, but I've definitely had bases before where I say, we have so much morale, we'll never run out. And then suddenly things go very, very bad, either through bad decor or we no longer have good food, and then everything spirals. So I try really hard not to overspend on morale, but like I said, I appreciate the vote of confidence that we're not doing that. We'll have to promote Meemaw to #1 constructor to finish that one, and then she'll go back down to whatever task she's actually doing. Okay. So, as you recall, I don't usually have a moral spiral problem. Really? It's possible that I just don't remember what's happening in the game, as usual. Alright. It is possible that you all viewers remember more things about how my playthroughs go than I do. Alright. We're thinking Meemaw, right? Meemaw, Constructor-in-Chief, for just a moment. And it's job number 2, job number 1. Meemaw's getting it knocked out. Thank you, Meemaw. Appreciate that. Okay, while that's going, I'd like to think over here about where we want the barracks to go. So yesterday we talked about trying to use this area here as a nature reserve preserve for the bedrooms. I've decided against that for right now. What I'm going to do instead is leave an open area where eventually Pips can plant some things. And I believe that Pips can plant into farm tiles. Is that true? Yeah, I said moral spiral instead of morale spiral. I don't know why I missaid that. I caught it. I was like, no one else will notice that. Foaming Jetty, it's good to see you. I want to believe that my poor modes of speaking are so infrequent that it's worth commenting on, but yeah, I always catch when I really screw up. I'm like, let's not correct it. It's all right. Let's read out Pips and see if they can plant in non-wild ground. Fluffy, etc., snuggling, etc. Very sweet, very sweet. The Pip. Known to bury seeds in the ground wherever they can find a suitable area with enough space. So my friends, is it the case that the Pips can plant into farm tiles? I realize if they can't, there's actually nothing to do here because I've already destroyed all the lovely dirt and such. I'm sure some of you know well. I'd be glad to hear what you know. They will plant in farm tiles. Awesome, thank you. Alright, so we're going to leave a farm tile area right here. And I'll actually put them in right now just so I don't forget about that. Someone corrected you on oubliette the other day. I know it's like the dungeon thing in CK3. I always say my French pronunciation is non-existent, and so I don't worry at all when people correct me on that one. So farm tiles go 1, 2, 3, 4. And then they'll also plant in phosphorus tiles. Okay. Can I make phosphorus tiles, though? Like, what I was thinking about at this point is what kind of tiles can I make here to have the barracks bedroom exactly where I want it. And I think farm tiles are perhaps the best. We'll see. We'll see. I put door there. I don't know if deodorizers can sit on top of doors. I've never tried this before. Let's find out. Should be fun. You need to melt phosphorite for phosphorus. Oh, yeah. Okay, right. You can get tiles back by melting them into liquid state and then dumping them in an area, and then they'll solidify. I've never actually done this before, but I understand the concept at least. Okay, yeah, so doors do not count for the sake of object placement. Good to know, good to know. I'll go ahead and move this upstairs here. That's not going to work, is it? Yeah, yesterday someone asked, will I do the good work of fixing my wire lines eventually? And I'm kind of, sort of promising I will. Kind of, sort of. Not an absolute promise, but, you know, maybe if you're lucky. We'll see, we'll see. Alright, so 2 more you, and 2 more you. And then as I make the roof across, I'm going to try to make the core also. This is the worst nature preserve ever. Wait. Can I dump a pip in this room with those being farm tiles? I assume that I can. Yeah. So I think with one of these, we'll be able to dump... we'll be able to dump the pips here. You're pretty sure it won't count. Is that because of size? Or is it because of something else? It needs to be real ground. Oh, okay, so I asked the wrong question. The question I asked is, can pips put seeds into farm tiles? I did not ask the further question of, is that then usable for nature reserve preserve thing? Very good to know. Thank you, thank you, thank you. 'Cause I thought it would just need to be natural plants. But okay, that's good to know. It's in the room thing, the park thing. 4 wild plants. So I'm guessing that wild is non-farm tile. Alright, how hot does dirt need to get to become liquid dirt? Oh, it's polluted water. Okay, so polluted water turns into dirt and then into polluted ice, maybe? Okay, I'm guessing if you melt dirt, it never becomes dirt again. Because the polluted water's solid state is ice instead. Huh. So I'll have to use something else to bury it in. We'll figure it out eventually. For now, we'll just build through here and sort it out someday. You can't build over farm tiles. As mentioned before, I'd like to make a corner there. We'll do that in a second. Place these with tiles. I've got to say I'm slightly bummed that I did not figure out the secret of making my own nature reserve quite yet. Eventually. Hey, Natsu, welcome back. How you doing? Or Natsu. Hello, hello. Move these. Whoops. Oh gosh, too fast, too fast. Move these, rather. And then we want to have this room. So 3 sinks, skip 1, 3 bathrooms. Cool. So 1, 2. Each sink is 2, I believe. So it should be 1.5 sinks. I think that's 2 sinks. I think that is then the middle section. And then 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Maybe? Maybe? Let's go ahead and place some of the buildings now and see. We'll hold this open also. First things first is the sinks. So even if this room is not a nature reserve, we can still make it absolutely beautiful. So they pass through some beauty before they go on with their day. So first comes plumbing. Nope, first comes medicine. Speaking of medicine, will we actually make a hospital today? I believe I said on many, many recent days, today is the day we'll build a hospital. And that on many, many recent days, today has not been the day we build a hospital. Endlessly hopeful, though. That's what we do here. So skip this line, which is for plant or something. And then add more bathrooms again. Yeah, that seems to work perfectly. Awesome. Add one more view, and then a little door, like so. Oops, one too low. One too low, one too low. Want to have that airflow tile or else wind up with a pile of carbon dioxide. I'm glad that one of today's goals is actually a really easy one, one I know how to do with absolutely no troubles at all. Because so often I set goals for myself that are like requiring significant thought. A fairly easy goal to start the day feels really quite wonderful, actually. Exclamation point goals. You need that S there, because I have so many goals today. So many goals your head's gonna spin. We can get rid of these now. And I'll wait in placing the decor items until this is made. Actually, we don't need this one, do we? No, we wouldn't need that. We would need the tile here, though, to make to the corner. I may need to redo this. To fit in everything. Oh, they can build on corners, though. I just forget they can do that. We'll see, we'll see. Okay. And then we want the normal 3 wide here, ideally. So 1, 2, 3, and down we go. And then we're gonna pipe straight, or not a pipe, sorry, a ladder in the middle. And then a fire pole next door. For the sake of symmetry, where's fire pole here? It's on the right-hand side. It's on the left-hand side this time. Oh, won't that look nice? And that will look nice. The base thing, a fire pole thing. I actually don't know how far up I want to go here. Like I said, I might destroy this eventually, but not an urgent concern at all. Okay. I'm also noticing that in the area I intend to have for bedrooms and such, we have quite a bit of carbon dioxide still. And we are allegedly... Oops, what's this? Oh, that's the big automation for up here. Okay, so there's one spot that's not been made and can't be reached. If we just move the tile here, it can be made then. Okay, however, we changed how the carbon dioxide scrubber thing worked yesterday by adding an atmosphere sensor that will keep it from making a vacuum here. I have it set at must be above 1,000 grams. As of right now, there are 920 grams here. And down below that is 920 also. I wonder if 920 is too high. Because we know that the skimmer pulls in, is it 330? 300. So 600 for both of them together. I'm going to move this to, say 620. Which should make it kick on a little bit earlier. But not overheat either of them. Hopefully. And that should help the carbon dioxide come down gradually. Now, I guess I want to add an additional airflow tiles also. And they're kind of added just randomly here and there. Oops. We'll throw in one more over here as well. I'll throw one over here as well also. And hope that will allow carbon dioxide to come down a little bit faster. Now, the other thing we can do to push it down more is get more oxygen down. As you see, our base's breathability is up 58% right now. I think that maybe says over the entire base, everything we have, as opposed to just the part that really matters here. Though, as you see, this thing is sucking in oxygen, though the room is only kind of breathable. And this is attempting to pack the oxygen mask area. And also, it's generously sharing some over here in this bedroom. Because earlier it was entirely suffocating. So we just need to pump more oxygen into the base. And so at some point we'll get another spawn going. That will help with that for sure. Okay. With this started, we can now go ahead and add in the decor, which is furniture. Make that a granite always. We still have no sandstone, which I don't know if it's actually a concern, but it feels like a concern maybe. I'm molding the granite also. Awesome. And then have we researched how to make giant paintings yet? No paintings yet. I look forward to putting a pile of paintings there soon enough. And I may end up like making and destroying paintings over and over till I get exactly the ones I want. And it will be the Son of Man painting on every single canvas in the entire base. Let's go and research better paintings. There's still a little bit more research we can do before we hit the next level of research. So here, for example, is artificial friends. Right, this allows you to dump people into the world, right? Let you dump little robots onto planetoids to explore. What's this? Deploys an automated sweepy bot to sweep up solid debris and liquid spills. Dock stores liquid and solids gathered by the sweepy. Okay, I think this is a Roomba, which is able to just look at the floor it's on. It can't change levels at all. And here we have more fancy space stuff. We'll get to that eventually. Notification system. What's this? What's this? In its default orientation, the hammer strikes the building to the left when it receives a green signal. Each building has a unique sound when struck by the hammer. Oh, I think I've seen this, but I've never done anything with it. I think you can use it to make music, maybe. So perhaps by the end of this playthrough, we'll have made the Oni play Thank You for Being a Friend. We'll see. Automated notifier. Attached to sensors to send a notification when certain conditions are met. And lastly, a party line phone can be used by one duplicant to chat with themselves. That's very sad. Or with other duplicates in different location. Increases duplicate morale. Huh. Alright, more morale, more good, I guess. I like to imagine this is a way for them to talk from planetoid to planetoid. But maybe we could put more of them throughout here and there. Like throughout different parts of the map and have people talk upstairs to downstairs. Automated notifier is awesome for catching emergencies before they get too bad. I guess it would depend on what the notification customization is. I guess it could be like if this room gets too hot, then wee wee. Or if this pipe gets empty, then wee wee. But as of right now, I can't imagine anything getting too bad. Like, what are the real failure conditions of the base right now? We run out of food. That would definitely do it. I guess some pumps could overheat. We run out of brine entirely, but we'll definitely have more brine coming in soon. 6 cycles. CO2 everywhere might do it. And we got that largely solved right now, but we'll see. Hello, HT. Hello, R squared. How's it going, everybody? No, I want to be confident and believe that nothing in the base can go too bad, because of course it won't. Is there anything adding water to the asteroid? Yeah, Game Urchin, this briny machine right here is dumping in 84 cycles of every 130 cycles. It gives us quite a bit of very cold water that we have to turn into desalination, but we are getting more water for sure. And there are other water spots. This one here is at 110, and we'll see how it goes. More airfield tiles, awesome. I'm going to ask them to focus on making this wire so we can seal this back up again. Kick it a little higher. Surely that will get done. Now that we're out of algae entirely, I'll get rid of the rest of the terraria. Terrariums, whichever you prefer. And then this generator and this battery, are y'all doing anything? Are you actually the only, are you the only power to this pump? No, you're definitely, definitely extraneous. So, this is our very first generator, our very first battery, and now they're gonna go away. The steam guys are a source of water too. Yeah, Game Urchin, though it comes out really, really hot. You need to cool it down so that it stops being steam and starts being water. And then find a way to cool the water even more so it doesn't poison your base. You haven't gone too far in Oni. Your big achievement so far is closed loop bathroom plumbing. That's a cool achievement. This base actually doesn't do it. And so anytime I pull up the the liquid pipeline in the wrong location, a nice chatter says, Resorty, you know you can make a closed loop for the bathroom. And I act surprised every time. That's what I do for sure. Yeah, it's our vestigial infrastructure, the earliest days. Right here, right here, right here. Yeah. So, this has been made now. So we want to demote Meemaw to non-constructor again, or low priority constructor at least. Cool. Could cool steam with sewage. That's an interesting idea. That's a super interesting idea, to be honest. Thank you for thinking of it. Yeah, because this is 26 degrees. And so we ran this water through this water. It would cool down eventually. I think last time I tamed one of these, we used some kind of temperature sensor to determine when the water was cool enough to pump some out. But I seem to remember I couldn't get it to work exactly right because I could tell the temperature of a nearby tile, but I couldn't tell the temperature was exactly on the tile. And so I would occasionally let out water that was a little bit too hot. It's a cool idea. We'll get to this eventually. It's not high priority. We have plenty of water, but it's something to deal with eventually. Okay, everyone's idle. Nothing is being done. I can help with that by finishing this up. And I see that these conveyor rails not getting made. Oh! Conveyor rails require a higher level of building. Can we see what level the conveyor belt requires? Mechtronics Engineering. Is that the highest level one again? Is that the one that only Meemaw could do currently? Oh boy, oh boy, oh boy. What about printing pod? There you are. Yeah, so only Meemaw's able to do this. Now, very soon, Lindsay will have a point, and then she can help. But no, we actually need to keep Meemaw at highest priority. I knew she was able to, only she could make the sweeper. I didn't realize that the rails required that as well. I think. Yeah, what I couldn't remember is if Mechatronics was the last one, or if it was like some like advanced Mechatronics versus basic Mechatronics, perhaps. But meanwhile, I'll get that done now. Good. These are now powered. So where does this one go? Okay. I shouldn't have put this behind. Okay, I think this one goes down this way. I see real trouble in the future. I think that connects there then. Cool. I need to color code these things. So this rail goes down this way allegedly. This is the coal one then, correct? Yeah, almost. It will almost dump coal here. And it's not saying unreachable. Though I think it's unreachable. Is it not? Okay. Make it highest possible priority. It's not throwing a job. So I think it is in fact unreachable. Perhaps. So little ladder will help us always. And that will definitely do it. Speaking of ladders, get rid of these two. Sure. Again, seal this back up again. Good. I'm not sure if it's true, but this base feels like it's been more successful than any base I've had previously. I shouldn't say that because I'm immediately going to fall apart now. Okay, happy to see that this is indeed flowing first. Great. Our storage boxes, I suspect, are entirely full again. Yeah, they are. I wonder if eventually we're going to want to have a separate room for these to come from. The reason I have them so close to the main storage right now is I have plenty of coal and sand in here. We'll see. All right, you are going to be coal, which is a consumable ore. And I don't know if it will prioritize filling this. Oh, you know what we really should do? We should find some way to automate this, shouldn't we? It may be a little bit late right now. It may not be possible to do it easily. But if I made the room a different way, we could probably have a sweeper in the middle that can reach all of the boxes and distribute what's needed to the world. Because right now, I'm going to have the dupes do that work. Okay, I'm going to move this to highest priority, actually, factually. And then these boxes were previously full of coal. They're now empty. We still have 33 tons of coal. This is full of 18 tons. I'm going to get rid of both of these. Okay. Once this is all built, I'm probably going to get rid of this storage bin here and just let the coal pile up on the floor. Though, we could also just have a... No, we can't. I guess we could. We can make a little area here of more storage bins and let the sweeper keep its things safely stored away. I also do wonder we'll have to have another room like this. Because as of right now, with our actual power draw throughout the world, so Smart Battery is getting how much? Potential load is 0.36 kilowatts. The current load is 0.99. Something seems wrong there. If the current load is higher than potential load, I have confusion. Whichever way, the loads under movement right now are very, very low relative to what the power line can carry. Each of these produces 600 watts. And these are my only power producers right now, I believe. Transformers won't show them potential load. Okay, so it can't tell what's happening on the other side. So it's only showing the load of this thing, I guess? Yeah, I guess of these two. And then everything else is not included. Okay. Thank you, Joel. I appreciate that bit of assistance. Okay. Hey, more junk. Hey, more sand. I like sand. Sand is good. Let's go back to working on this again. Now it's dug out below. So we're going to want to have 1, 2, a door, one of those, and a little airflow tile, which I did not put in correctly here and here. One of those, doors more. Okay, shower rooms, and then bedrooms. So once again, we have 3 showers. Each one's 2 wide. Okay, that decor's in. Awesome. We then remove this one. Add that one to the corner. Okay, I think up here appears to be entirely free of polluted oxygen. Is that true? That's largely true. So as more oxygen comes in, the polluted oxygen will move down, down, down to here. I'll probably want to put another deodorizer down this way just to ensure that none escapes. As of right now, this has a nice little bit of water on top. I think that water was from the actual spawn of the game. It was not something I added there, but it's nice that it caps the polluted oxygen nicely. Yeah, I'll do that eventually. Also, we no longer have a direct path from the slime up here down to the slime bucket down here. They do have to go out and around to drop it off, but that's all right. That's all right. That's all right. We can add a corner piece right there. Build across like so. I'm not going to pull this off quite yet because I'm really interested in having the decor made as we go. Hey, hi Hungry I'm Dad. I'm doing really good. Thank you. I appreciate that. I feel like this base is more under control than previous ones. And I'm not sure if that's true, actually. I think what happens in every Oni playthrough for me is what I remember is the place where it all fell apart. I rarely remember, oh, we're doing really well for a long time, and then it fell apart. Which I think says something kind of interesting about human motivation and remembrance and so on. But yeah, thank you very much for the kind comment there. I feel like I'm doing pretty well too. So one will go there also, and then we'll have a door right here. Okay, if I just make that and leave this here, I believe they can make the corner piece as well. That'd be neat. Okay, then past that, we're going to have another bedroom. And this bedroom can be bigger than the other one, I think. So we could potentially pack more people in here. We may still not have enough bed space for everyone. We can add yet another bedroom somewhere eventually. So we'll just go all the way across and then figure out afterwards. Cool, cool, cool. Oh, that got built. We can add another corner piece now. Oh, I said I was going to research the improved paintings, and I just didn't do that. So let me go ahead and do that while while I'm thinking about it. Down here in the world of decor. Yeah. Ah, we add carpet tiles. I think we have some reeds. And drywall. It looks so lovely. I want the fine art for now. And then we'll do carpets. I think to get consistent carpet and clothing production, we need to have an ongoing farm. That said, I think we actually have a natural farm functioning. We do. So as long as it does not drop below 22 or go over 37 here, it'll be totally fine. Now you see the efficiency difference. So long as these are wild, it takes 8 days to grow. If they're domestic, only 2 days. So domesticating them would be a very good idea. If we're doing that, though, we need to have irrigated tiles with polluted water. And we can probably do that. I don't think that germs matter when it comes to these kind of plants, because they're not going into the body. They're going onto the body. And our dupe's largest organ, the epidermis, will ensure that the germs do not get inside. Thanks, skin. I appreciate you. I should have marked these auto-harvest as soon as we saw they were here. But, yeah, it's so very, very many cycles now. I wonder how much we wasted by not doing so. Let's see. Okay, that's done now. Great. Work way through here now. I'm not entirely sure if I have the other bathroom organized quite so nicely. What I do see, though, is poor Lindsay there cannot find any oxygen. So perhaps take a brief break from working on this and make some more oxygen soon enough. 68,000 food still. That's good. Oh, part of what's happening here, and it's not the big issue, is I have no airflow tile here. And so the carbon dioxide, once it gets down here, just can't really get out. We'll add another one of you there. I don't think the water will all spill out, but if it does, it'll be a very small amount, which we can get from the bottom here. Don't drown, sweet old friend. No drowning allowed. And for a very brief second, there'll be no tile there, but we'll check out later. Okay, if I want to make yet another spam, I guess it goes right here. And the spam is 3 plus 1, so it's 6 tall internal. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. So up to there. As I said earlier, I knew we had to move the reservoir eventually, and now we'll do that. And we'll do that just by combining from here straight up to there, and then destroying all the remainder once that's done. It served us well when we earlier had some weird gases, but now our gases are perfectly good. Okay, and this spot right here is where I want the top to be. So I have a little crawl space here for no particularly good reason. We'll have to decide what to do with this little spot. Maybe we'll have like one bedroom here, or a faraway bathroom. So as many of you know, I do a very, very bad job of putting bathrooms out in the colonies, the points farther away from where the dupes live their days. And in this base, we haven't had the bad thing happen yet, where some poor person's working way over here and says, "Welp, I got to go to the bathroom," and gets running all the way across the base and just doesn't make it in time. So we'll need to think about that a little bit at some point. Okay. I would like to pipe this next. And I'm going to pipe it in the exact same way as over here. Though, like I said before, I probably need to get this room done. Yeah, at this point, I'm definitely being pulled in too many directions. And I'm just not focusing well. Because the auction thing is not a huge problem. It's just an ongoing annoyance. So let's get this room finished. And then when that's done, I'll feel better about the water movements. And once the water movement's occurring, I'll feel better about not backing up the polluted water line. If the polluted water line is not getting backed up, we'll then feel better about getting these bathrooms online, etc., etc. Hey, oh Hoop, it's been a while. Good seeing you, Hoop. How you doing? Hope you're having a very, very good day, my friend. Is Meemaw on the way to do this? That's the wire. Let's try again. Meemaw is currently having a sleep. Did Lindsay learn to do this yet? Lindsay? Lindsay, no skill point yet. Is there any... Oh, right here. Occasionally I ask questions, then figure out the answer before you answer them. So yeah, definitely the case that Lindsay here is very, very close to one more skill point. These are 900 points, and then that will get done. We also now have lovely, lovely, lovely painting possibilities. So let's throw some paintings up around the base. Though I think paintings may require cloth to make the easel. The canvas. Sorry, the canvas. The easel's wood part that it sits on. Let us see. Canvas requires... Yeah, so 1 fiber's needed. We have 107 right now, which feels like a whole bunch. So we're going to act as if it's a whole bunch. Oh, that's too bad. If I have this here, it's not going to work. Eventually this will be a critter room, but that's way, way in the future. So we'll get rid of that and add some more of these. We could put 4 paintings in this room. Might be a little excessive. Maybe. Is Meemaw getting this done now? Good morning, Meemaw. Meemaw's on the job. Thanks, Meemaw. Okay. I wanted to destroy this bin, but not have them take the sand away. This takes polluted dirt, which is a consumable? No, it's an organic, rather. Cool. It goes nowhere so far. That will get fixed soon enough. Okay, this is the pipeline that takes polluted dirt out, correct? No, it's the one that takes sand in. Okay, see in a little bit. The last of the water is going in now. So as of right now, all the water we're getting in between the 2 cycles is 895, and that is coming with about 5,000 germs. We're about halfway through the off cycle now. It's at 1,000 or so. I think this is what happened last time I had a room like this. I got greedy and kicked up the input a little more, until I eventually overwhelmed the germ killing power here. Still 400 left. Well, actually the gases here are, it's all chlorine there, kind of. So we can help by digging out some more low, because carbon dioxide is heavier than chlorine, and so it'll push down as far as it can. If they hop down here, they can get that, and that will be good. Do I have a dupe with a masterwork skill? My best artist right now is Nails. I don't think Nails has masterwork, but no doubt that makes me nice enough. Hopefully. Hopefully. Where's Nails? Let's find her. Let's this way. Oh, there she is. Yeah, though not masterwork, I believe Nails is. Close to having good skills. There you are. Going to eat first. Yeah, yeah. Let's check and see what Nails has going in the skill page here. There's Nails. Oh, not quite Masterworks. Got close. There we go. All done now. Don't forget the dupe in the bottom left of the mailbox. The dupe in the bottom left. Oh, the mailbox. Oh, Zap, thank you for reminding me. I totally forgot. So at the end of stream last night, I was kind of like bouncing around complaining about my geysers. And then there you go, team. There you go, team. We have this thing. And I don't know much about it. Other than some folks have said there's a dupe that's living inside of it. And he's been alone so long, he's forgotten what friendship feels like. And I feel like a tremendous pull to go save this character. That's where I've got a real savior complex here. But also, many of you in chat said the person inside is way, way, way too demanding. And I should just ignore them because they're too demanding. So, I don't know. I worry this is going to set another goal for me that I don't quite know how to deal with. And so as of the moment, I kind of want to stay in the direction of like goals I know how to work on, as opposed to weird new things. I'll ask it this way, and please feel free to spoil this tiny little bit. If I go and interact with this character or building right now, will it set up any like timer or significant must be dealt with fairly quickly issue? Because I don't want to add complexity right now. It'll add nothing that's especially time committed. All right, thank you for that. We'll go say hi to them in a little bit and see what happens. Entombment Astrid living alone, you're sure the dupe is safe. No doubt, this character gets food delivery through some app and enjoys watching Twitch.tv. Are you out there, dupe guy? Are you out there? We'll see. I'd like to get this room largely fixed before then. So I'm going to follow the conveyor rail and see where it's not been built yet. Oh, it's all the way done. Oh-ho! Oh-ho! Filtration medium. Sand goes up. And I want to set it a little higher. Because the sand buckets here, I believe, are a little lower. What other things do we have on the floor I want to put away? Not the bleach stone. Here we have, is that phosphorite? Phosphorite's agricultural. Hopefully it's not too hot. Phosphorite goes there. And then down here we have some dirt. Oh, you know what? Why don't I store dirt closer to the farm? Because dirt comes out of this. Though it is germy. Hello, brine bucket. Gotta look at that in a second. Oh boy. Also. Oh shoot. All right, we'll deal with that in a second. I had a solution for this that I actually turned off because I was so confident in the brine bucket that it would never go down all the way. A couple things. When dirt comes out of here, I believe it has a little bit of food poisoning germ on it. No, as right now, the dirt has none. Now, how long it sat there, just not quite sure. But definitely the compost pile has a tremendous amount of food poisoning inside, which is fine. The dirt comes out at 50 degrees. This area around it is relatively cool. Yeah? Yeah. So I think I'm going to put a bucket of dirt, like right here, that'll hopefully cool down consistently. If I put it right there, though, it'll heat up the oxygen inside as it passes through. Now, with that said, the oxygen inside is 15 degrees, so heating up a little bit is not a huge issue. So yes, I'll have my dirt storage here for now. Cool. Now, the problem I just discovered. So once upon a time, all the brine was going in this direction. And way over there somewhere, I have a I have a filter to ensure that if brine water is mixed with polluted water, the polluted water gets filtered out. I don't have one of those in this direction, because like I said, I was pretty sure this would refill in time. It's active in 4 cycles, so it did run out entirely. Okay, cool. We caught this early enough that we can fix this before anything else. Yeah. You check the geyser. I just did that, Blue Link. Yeah, the geyser has 4 days and it turns back on. Okay. So, yeah, luckily we caught this before it got here. I believe that polluted water goes through the desalinators no problem, but I think it may actually cause problems here. I don't know if it converts into polluted oxygen or if it converts it into breaking my machines. I think it just allows water in. So what we need to do is emergency pumping action. And we definitely have a plumber who can come plumb it for us. And I think this is enough of an emergency that I want to cut this, not all. I want to cut the liquid pipe right here. Okay, it'll briefly stop producing more water, but we have enough water saved up. So if we go pump right here, we can get a little bit of it out. And we will be getting some additional brine out also, but I think I'm okay with that. Is Hassan on the way? Heck yes, he is. We want to go through also and remove the polluted water here. Okay, this is 500. This is 3,000 grams. I believe 3,000 grams is too much to wipe up. Yeah? Oh, maybe not. Never mind. It's all wipeable. Cool. And is Hassan here yet? Not quite. On the way? Hassan? Hassan's on the way now. Good stuff. Everyone's on the way. Everyone wants to watch Hassan pump. So watch now. The big issue is that up here, it's totally and completely full. I wonder if it'd be a better idea for us to actually start on the back end. Yeah, I've changed my mind. I'm going to pump out the ones there right now. Cool. And then I'm going to stop. And we'll come get the rest in a moment. Up here, if I pump right there, we'll get all this out, but we won't need to move around all the other. I think that's a better idea. I think it's a more efficient solution to all of our problems. So you become really important now. Hassan's off to do something else first. Oh, Hassan. Wait, if I take control of Hassan, right? I can, no, I can't draft him. How do I make you do that right now? If I make you take your clothes off, I think if he takes his clothes off, he'll stop moving and then find a new job, but not sure on that. Colony achievement. What'd we get? What'd we do? Have a duplicate with masterwork skill. Paint a masterpiece quality painting. Behold! Behold! Oh, it's the Frito Kahlo one. Oh, I can just choose what it is? Wait, where's the Son of Man? Have I not unlocked the Son of Man here? That's too bad. Alright. That's nice. I think another one. Oh, Move 2 does it. Exactly. Move 2 is how you focus it. Oh, Son of Man isn't Masterwork, it's only Mundane? Consider me outraged. I definitely need a mod that will change which items are mundane and which are not. You're going to store some food now. Okay. Let's take a look at where... What's it called? What's it called? Plumbing. This is my giant wrench. I am plumbing. Where plumbing is. Is it a tidying job, perhaps? It is not. Is it a supplying job, perhaps? It is not. A storing job, perhaps? No. Were I a plumber, what kind of work would I call myself? Tidying, maybe? I think I already looked at that. No, it's definitely not that. Operating, perhaps? No. So the farming tile things are high priority. And this... Okay, it's empty storage, actually. So I think I glanced at the storage one, and it all said, they also, like, store this, store that. I didn't notice empty storage was part of it also. So Otto can plumb but 2. Get the lead out, my friend. Let's get plumbing. I believe that what he plumbs out is dropping on the floor, correct? Yeah, there he goes. Straight on down. Buckets, buckets, buckets galore. I'm going to increase game speed to get this knocked out. Okay, I do see that this is all salt water and brine now. So we got all the polluted water out for now. There is some polluted ice here. It's still negative 19 degrees. The melting temperature of this is, I don't recall what. I think it's negative 10 or so. Let's check and see on that real quick. It is negative 20 or so. Uh-oh. Wait. Liquid state is negative 20. It is currently negative 18. Well, this does change matters a little bit. Last time we looked, it was good and cold. Now it's a little less cold. Hey, Trenton, welcome back. Good seeing you. We'll need to go ahead and dig that out fairly soon. Yeah, I don't quite remember how phase shifts work in this game. You have a few degrees of hysteresis. Hysteresis. Is that how it's said? Hystra. I don't know that root, unfortunately. But cool, a little bit of shape before it goes back. It goes bad, rather. We will want to go ahead and dig all of this out. The snow is good to go until 0, correct? Close enough. Yeah, you're briny ice. Briny ice, negative 16. Hister-like sister, then Isis. Hysteresis. Hysteresis? Hysteresis. Excellent. Thank you for the help. Only a little bit more to get out. I think maybe I should pull up the Wikipedia page on that one. How many cycles remain until good time? 3-7. Oh gosh, the cycles are moving so slowly. Okay, 2 more to go. And let's skip that one. Otto wants a break. Very well, Otto, very well. Good job. Well done. Hassan's on the way, though. I'm glad we have our work schedule set up that way. Alright, problem over here again. Once again, pressure. Yeah, what's it looking like? Yeah, alright. So, food spiral might be real bad. The places where we're dumping the oxygen right now are there and there and over here somewhere. There. So these have not stopped producing at all. But we are getting closer and closer to no water. They've run through this much since I made the cut. Hassan is on the way. Good. There he is. Okay. So when this moves forward, I'm then going to want to plumb right next door. And I want to make sure he does that immediately. Make that very high priority also. When this one's finished, we now cancel this one, and he moves up one. That up one is indeed little pollution. When that's done, there's nothing more to do up here. And we then shift down to here for a little bit. There's probably an easier way to do this, namely like pump all the liquid into a shame cabinet. But for right now, I'm okay with dealing with my shame manually on screen before you all. So, okay, if I pull the polluted water from here, it'll bring more in from behind. We don't necessarily want to do that. So if we go and clear here, it'll get these 4 nodules. Goody good. Hotkey for plumbing is insert. I had no idea. Okay, as this one finishes, I think it may already be finished. It is. Cancel that. Hassan moves down. Whoop. Good. Okay, insert key to remove that. Highest priority, it'll move forward 1 step, so go there next. Okay, I'll remove this one. Microwing plumbing, my favorite part of the game now. Next location then. I want to get these, but I need to wait till they flow through. To make them flow through, we have to move from down, way down here actually. I cut that pipe. Oh, we actually have to reattach these and pull from here or so. So next goal after that is actually going to be these little ones here. Hey, someone's entombed. Something's entombed. We'll get right on that, I promise. All right, so dig that out next. And what's entombed? Ah, so in digging out the polluted substance out here. Right, snow falls. Right, snow does not hold its shape where ice does. And so our little pump buddy got entombed. No problem on that. Okay. Go, cancel that one. Down you go again, brother man. And when that's done, we'll then shift up by 1 again. Insert. A priority. Good. Yeah, I think that's the... Am I off by 1? I think I'm off by 1, actually. I believe I may have gotten assigned different jobs. I might try to run away. Come back, you! I need you! You're precious to me! Good stuff. Okay, they'll get that little bit. Then we want to reattach these and have Hassan hang out here. I shouldn't connect him though until he's done with the actual removal. Good. So reattach those. The wrong kind of pipe. What pipes are here actually? Oh, it's attached, no worries. Okay. We stop with that now. Hassan's looking for a different job. Begins to flow again. We'll let Hassan run away and then come back in just a moment. Okay, I'm going to bring him down here with, let's plumb here. And hope he gets here in time. Maybe Otto will. Uh-oh. 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 Time to go and cut it again. Fine. And it is in the correct spot. Awesome. So one thing I was thinking of doing is digging out more brine ice and just finding a way to melt it fairly quickly. Hanging out here, it's going to melt very, very, very slowly. We could take it somewhere else to heat it up and then bring it back here via dripping, but we should hold off on that. Also, the Wheezewort is radioactive, and Bonnie is hanging out with the Wheezewort. One rad so far. I've been told that if they don't get to 100 rads, they'll be okay, and that will be good. Okay, is somebody on the way now? Return of Hassan once more. The return of Hassan once more. Anybody? There he is. Little plumber hat there. Okay, so on this line, there is no polluted water at all. It's just on this line now. We'll reattach it while it runs for a bit. Oh, sorry, Hassan, stop that, please. Thank you. One issue if we can't keep the brine going is that the pumps will stop functioning and we will run out of oxygen entirely. That'd be pretty darn bad. Check in a little bit. There's some briny water right here. No reason not to let it escape, so we'll get that done right now. And then here, these buckets, I want to store dirt in. Now, I made them in this kind of bin, though I know I'm going to be having polluted dirt delivered over here. I don't believe the auto sweeper can do the job of putting polluted dirt into the compost pile. I think it needs to be done by a dupe itself. So we'll also trust that dupe and then take the finished dirt and put it in these boxes. So you are for agriculture, and you are for cultival soil. You go right there. Highest priority around. Copy those settings there also. Cool. And then what do we see? We see one completely empty pipe. There's nothing moving at the moment. Yes, behold, behold, more brine, more brine. And that's brine there, a very, very small amount. But right now I believe every single bit counts. And the Wheezewort scares me a little bit. Not sure if it should, but it does. I also brine up here. And I guess we want someone to go save that for us. So, you got that. Go straight through. Move a bunch of brine ice over. Put the brine ice over here with the dirt bins. That's a good point. I like that point very, very much. Because the dirt bins are going to be a little bit warmer. As they are getting full of dirt, which is a little bit food poisoning still. They should almost certainly be in chlorine. Because some of the dirt is indeed food poisoned. Also, more polluted water got in here. I thought I'd clear all the polluted water. Maybe there's a little bit up here that got dumped in somehow. The germs die off. It's true. I guess I don't know if the germs will dry off before I'm able to use it in the farms and such. Lindsay earned a skill point. Behold, a second mechatronics engineer. And one we actually want to do the building. Swell, 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 swell. More polluted water. Maybe I need to add a sieve. I actually don't know where it's coming from. I mean, clearly polluted ice is the origin. So the Wheezewort here is removing heat, adding cool, whichever way I want to think about it. And so I think that will keep this all cool. The area here is all brine ice. This is definitely polluted water. Okay. I'm going to go ahead and make a tile line across here just to keep the polluted water hidden. And there's no way this can possibly go bad. This ice has a bunch of temperature where it drops off. The brine ice does melt in 3 degrees. Definitely taking more and more cold out of this biome is the way to fix all of our problems. This is definitely good thinking. Let's actually dig through here as well. And in fact, we don't need to have a corner here, but I started. Aight. So yeah, if more and more polluted water is coming in, we should just add a sieve. Because there's so much more polluted water to dig out. I can't power the sieve on this line, because if it's all turned on, it's at 980. I don't believe I have another power line over here, unfortunately. So I have to run another power line. Okay, I'm going to need to move this over so we can kickstart at distance. Oops. Yeah, B is copy. I keep pushing the rimroll buttons for copying. Power off the excess of the spam. These are nice words. I like these words. I know that if I attach a... Okay. So these are each at 600. I can add 400 additional draw before the wire has problems. This sieve won't run all the time. You're absolutely right. You're absolutely right. That's true. So we'll need to have a filter set up. I actually don't know what happens if brine goes through a sieve. Let's see if we can tell that based on reading about ye olde CV. Produces clean water from polluted water. So I know that water showing up, it just passes through. I don't know about salt water or polluted salt water or brine water or it just passes through. Okay, cool. Yeah, I think it's one like mark of inconsistency in the game that I don't know how to discover other than by trying things. Is if you put the wrong liquid in, does it destroy the machine or say, hey, cool, no worries? I appreciate the hey, cool, no worries, but I get it. Best thing to do would be to cut this again. Hey, just how's it going? Happy, what day is it? Happy Tuesday, y'all. Happy Wednesday. Happy day of the week. So we could just throw the sieve down here. Now, if I throw a sieve down here, it also needs to have a sand delivery. So ideally, I want to put another automation setup here. That'll be a long-term element of it. So in the short term, we'll just dig out through here. Poor spindly grub fruits. Okay, we can ignore this for right now. It's a strange thing to want to make more spawns while also barely keeping these spawns online. Oh, we'll see. All right. Is sand being delivered here now? I, of course, kind of sort of wonder, is the sand being picked up by dupes and run elsewhere? Like, once it's dropped... As usual, question. So this is the sand one. It's priority 7. This sandbox is priority 7 also. If I lower it to 6, I worry the dupes are going to grab all the sand here and run it through the machine. Alright, I'm going to kick this one to 8 and see what happens. Or better yet, you know what, better yet? I'm going to lower this one to... No, how do we do this? We're not going to just run the sand back and forth like dum-dums. I guess I put them both at the same priority. Like, both at 7. Then because this one is full, they'll then use this one. Okay. Where else do I have sand stored currently? It's a filtration such and so. Okay, similar ground way over there. some's there. There's lots of sand that has not yet been taken anywhere. And the hope is they grab that sand and put it into this machine, and it goes up this way eventually. That'd be swell if so. You are then polluted dirt going out. It's already marked as such. Where exactly does it go? Okay, it appears to be attached to absolutely nothing. Good. I'm glad I recognized that before I got confused about why they're not going places. Okay. So, let's think about the back end first. I want to dump it right here. That is definitely the case. Polluted dirt. If polluted dirt gets dropped on the ground here, it's going to off-gas terribly. And so, we'll want to put a deodorizer right next to it, which will take a little bit of power. I can see myself making many deodorizers here, trying to catch all the polluted oxygen. That's if polluted oxygen goes down relative to oxygen. So as long as we keep this oxygenated, we'll be okay. Hope that's true. A little tile here. And then I can steal just a bit of power from a spam. Just a eensy-beensy bit of power. It's only 5, so... Is it no longer a spam now that I've included anything else? Spam plus deodorizer? The spamda? And then coming off of you, we need to have a shipping line. The bridge, shipping line. So like I said before, polluted dirt's kind of hot coming through here. So I'd prefer it does not go through the farm area. And that's where we got last time we talked about this. I said, okay, I'll deal with that later. Friends is now later. I need insulated conveyor rails. I think that is the fact. Considering digging this out. I'm considering digging this out. And then putting it back in again. It's only on today's stream that I finally finished packing this thing in. Well, alright. While we're talking about that, we'll add one of those. Alright, team, here we go. All of our finest work is destroyed. Okay. So, we'll then want to run you straight through here. Hopefully it does not get overly warm as it goes. And then across the bottom, and then we'll add some more in a little bit. Okay, breathability down under 50 or so. We do have no algae still. I think we saw a place where we can get some algae, but we're all right. So what do we do over here? We're talking about sieving. We did not do that yet. There's still plenty of water. Whenever there's no water, we'll then panic and fix it. So while it's getting the water pumped along, let's go ahead and get another spam set up here. And then we connected these, so now we can destroy all of that, as well as the reservoir. Now, as we destroy the pipes, I believe they'll kick their gas out as canisters. I think the better thing to do is if we snip just right there. Wait, gas pipes. Snip there. I believe that the gas will then run out without refilling. Cool. Because we will not have to deal with the canisters. Oh no, they're too fast. Okay, we have to deal with the canisters. Let's actually just stop destroying this bit. And this bit for now. And then we'll reattach here just so it gets pumped out. Had a good idea, poorly executed for sure. It'll dump out now. Cool stuff. I actually can't get up there, can they? Why on earth did I build this already? Oh, probably show me where the wall was. That sounds like a very resorty thing to do. For sure, for sure. That's not where the wall goes, though. Wait, why did I do that? Absolutely no idea. Absolutely no idea. The wall's actually supposed to be here, but it's abyssalite. We don't need to build insulated tile on top of abyssalite. We want to start using the igneous rock to make the wall here. And I think I said that a very long time ago and then didn't actually do so. This is now emptied of oxygen. Cool, cool. So we can now destroy all of you. And the reservoir also. And like we said, there's going to be 6 internal. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Wall still goes right here. Oh, that's probably what I was marking. We're marking where the ceiling goes, actually not the wall. Hopefully I counted that correctly. Hopefully. And as always, this is a place where, if we're not careful, we'll get our little buddies entombed. We should destroy that first before building the new one. Show me the water. Okay, we are at the point of emergency. So, emergency's upon us. Didn't get the sieve done in time. We're close, though. It'll still be a useful long-term addition. For now, though, we need to go pump out again. I believe it was right there. Yeah. Nope, off by 1. Pump out right here instead. And kick that to top priority also. And someone should be on the way. And in the morning, so we'll get it. 80,000 food still. Totally awesome. Got another lovely masterwork there. Looking the same. We should probably change them up a little bit. We'll add the Scream. Also, Early Days battery has not been destroyed yet. Early Days battery must be destroyed. And then. More eggs. More eggs. We could add these around the base to help with light. Though they also throw off radiation. And I just don't know how to think about radiation yet. It's a small amount, though. So, where do I want there to be lights? Places where people work, I guess. Which is research mostly. We could put them into the farm to save a little bit of power. We'll let them pop here and they can find their own places to go. I'm sure I won't regret that choice. If it goes poorly, though, we can definitely... If it goes poorly, we can definitely go around and kill some bugs. I shouldn't say that quite so glibly. Not that I'm going to kill bugs. I'm going to protect my dupes from the harsh radiation burns being meted out upon them by the world and its cruelty. Got to work on that politician speak for sure. Number 2. I need to move them again. I didn't lay out 2 jobs here. New job, please. New job, please. Thank you. One electrolyzer has no water left. So once we get these 2 out, we then need to reconnect it. And they'll do more pumping in a moment. Not that much polluted water left. Not that much. Little tiny bits of brine here. Brine up there as well. So we can mop absolutely all of this. Yes. Polluted water already. So it was polluted ice. Probably the tiles were warmer as they touched. And that led to this, this change in state of matter. This polluted ice is going to melt fairly soon also. That'll introduce more. And so, etc. Let's work on the sieve now. Okay, how tall is a sieve? I think 3 tiles. But we'll see. Yep. So we'll add more heat to the world. That's okay. The green is the output. The white is the input. So I want to flip it like so, I believe. This is not quite well placed, but it'll be fine. Okay, make a little line across here. Are we watching the descent of the colony to Phoenix Light heat? It's only Phoenix Light in that it will surely rise from the ashes. And other lies I tell myself. Okay, so we want to run out here and in here and cut this pipe once again. Did I do it correctly? No. I probably had something else marked to cut. Cool. Okay. Higher priority on making the line here. Yeah, earlier today I said the foolish thing of, my friends, I'm feeling like we are so much more in control than we have been in a very, very long time. Now I'm feeling, a little bit less so. A little bit less so. I see that there's Mafic Rock here we can use to make all these fine things instead of making them out of sandstone. So let me go ahead and change all of that. The sieve, I believe, is not made out of stone. Yeah, it's out of some kind of metal. It's like this. Good. No, I had one down from there, actually. Flip it. One more time. Take 3. Entropy always wins in the end. We're not to the end yet, though. We're nowhere near the end. We're going to keep playing this game until we blast off to space, etc., etc., etc. So flip you. Good. Make pipes out of non-sandstone. Mafic rocks right here. It'll work great. Mafic rocks right here. Mafic rock cannot be used for making pipes. Good, 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 good. I think there's granite nearby also. You go there, you go there. Glorious. Can Mafic rock be used for making tiles? That'd be super cool if so. Hey, it can. Thermally reactive, so it's going to get real hot real fast, but that's just fine. Not sure I don't have a tile here. Then power is needed. And the thought is maybe we can borrow spawn power from this one too. I gotta not get in the habit of borrowing spawn power, but we'll see what happens. Good luck, team. Eventually we'll pump this water into the system as well. While they're working on that, we'll work on this. So continue adding these one at a time like it's done. And this is the upper floor. The floor below is 3. So 1, 2, 3. Boop. Oh, did someone count incorrectly? I think someone may have counted incorrectly. Possibly. Okay. So let's count a little bit more carefully this time. So it's 2 on the bottom. So 1, 2 internal. Ceiling goes there. Fine. And then 1, 2, 3. Ceiling does go there. Okay, fine. It's just I need to get rid of this little lip here. Because we're not going to worry about dupes peeing themselves. Surely. Okay, we then run a wire like so. And up a little bit. Move both of you. Sieve is made. Totally cool. Totally out of water here again. Not for too long. 54% breathability still. Fine. Fine. I believe this is all the same priority as the new room. I don't want that. We'll kick it up by 1 just to get this done. And then we'll come back and have them work on this area afterwards. Destroy both of those. We'll leave this for right now. Maybe I'll end up packing it in as well. We'll see. Okay, all this is being made out of sandstone. I don't know. Igneous rock is the correct call. I think is one thing that separates me from the really good players. One of the many things, but that I often don't think about what stone to use until I run out of stone. And then I say, oh, you know what I was supposed to do? I was supposed to blah, 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 etc. I definitely know that it's a skilled player thing to always think about what stone to use, but it just doesn't even come to mind, really. Okay, so you and you. I'll hold off on that till this part's made. Getting close, getting close. Okay, I believe I see the water is flowing again. Now the only slight issue is if this battery runs down, then the sieve will stop working. And it's going to run down if this part stops pumping. But we do seem to have... Water is flowing again. Okay, there are no problems in the entire world anymore. Everything is glorious. Alright, alright, alright. Hydrogen pump. You know what? I'm gonna get gold this time. You've wanted gold. No, this will not overheat. Will it? So I guess instead of running a cooling line, we could just go ahead and make gold everything, and it will never get hot enough to melt gold. Yeah. Okay. Destroy. Destroy. And then pumps get made out of gold also. And then can the electrolyzer be made out of gold? Let's find out. It can. So genuinely everything made out of gold this time. Oh. Gotta get that made. And that made. Non-sandstone pipes. Igneous rock's right nearby. Can we use igneous rock for the ventilation? Hey, we can. Briefly, we're going to have nonsense come out of here. We'll need to pump that down to the shame bucket, which is totally full. Right, we need to filter out the shame bucket. It's mostly oxygen, but there's a little bit of other things included as well. I know I want to connect these together. And then you'll come out this way and hop over. It's time for the Shame Bucket's younger brother, Shame Bucket 2. The reason imprison the gases by hearing a "Let My Gases Go." Surely the greatest of all songs. Let my gases go. So good. I swear I'll filter them out someday, someday, someday. Seen a lot of dupes begging for oxygen. Don't worry, you won't have to come back down here anytime soon. Okay, okay, okay. How's this battery full already? Oh, I'm really glad I caught that. Really glad I caught that. Yeah, so definitely what I just did there is I connected one spam to the other spam, which makes them not spams anymore. That's what we want instead. Cool, cool. You get plugged in there, and you get plugged in there, and you get plugged in there. You get run down to there. Okay, last corner here, then we just straw the rest. My base does have a shame bucket of oxygen. Wait, is it only oxygen? No, no, no. It has 113 kilograms of oxygen. That's not that much, is it? That's not that much. It's a good amount of oxygen waiting for us. It's primarily oxygen, in fact. It's just the shameful hydrogen. Thus far, we have very little, possibly no hydrogen wandering in the base. I'd like to keep it that way. It'd be pretty cool if so. Yeah, a little tiny bit of hydrogen. Let's not look at that part. Okay, I think I talked earlier about modifying the speed at which these work. Is 16 max dupes? Nope, Jester, you can keep adding more. I just want to stay on 16 until I have the next barracks going, which is one of those problems I swear I'm working on. Isn't it great? I can push the go live button and then stand here and lie to you over and over again. I can say things like, I'm going to get stuff done today in Oni. And you know what? I know how to play Oni. Just because it said 16 to 16. Yeah, I mean, it's how many beds you have. It's how many beds you have along with how many dupes you have. Yeah. Okay. So, this opens at 0. This opens at 30, which is just after you go. I'm going to increase this to 35%, which means you now have also 35% of germ clearing. Hopefully we don't get germs. I haven't looked in a while. Oh! Oh! Wait, are we actually safe to look? Almost. Look how close we are to germ-free. So last time we looked at the water bucket's germs, there were about 1,200 in a lot of tiles. That's great. Is our germ overlay actually looking pretty darn good? A little bit of escaping Sliblung still. Little tiny bit. It is in auction though, so they are dying. As long as I keep the auction alive over here. That's great. I'm very happy about that. We have an open bin again, so let's see what things are thrown on the floor somewhere. They need a place to live. Down here, more abyssalite. I don't want to deal with that. Over here, more dirt. So, we have 2 dirt boxes that are completely full. I've heard people call the dirt bag. I've never heard anyone call it a dirt box. What do you want to bet? What do you want to bet? That dupes are taking these out of here and throwing the ice on the floor and leading to more and more and more water everywhere. It's like irrigating the plants directly. I'm not a farmer. I don't mean to tell the farmers how to live their lives, but I got some concerns. A Pneumatic Jam. How's it going, my friend? Pneumatic Jam, thank you for the radio host. What were you playing today? It's always a pleasure to have you stop by. Friends who don't know Pneumatic Jam, a long-time friend of the community, a lovely Britisher who speaks Britisher words, and they're pleasant to listen to. And if you like that kind of thing and strategy games and all the rest, might consider checking out our friend Pneumatic Jam. You're playing a game called Duskers. I don't know that game at all. What kind of game is Duskers? What's the objective of it? I'm pretty sure I've just not seen it, even a little bit. Okay, so igneous rock goes through here. We'll add it in bit by bit by bit again. We can now fully destroy this ladder line. That's as high as we want to go there. Is it a big chunk of snow in the farm? I thought it was sand. It's sucrose? There's too many things here. Water, sucrose, bristle blossom, oxygen, water. I think it's a giant pile of sucrose, in fact. I'm not certain on that, but I think so, I think so. Oh, we have oxygen backed up here. I'm going to release a little bit more, though we'll continue to refill over and over again, so let's share the oxygen with our plants briefly. In Duskers, you pilot drones into derelict spaceships to find the means to survive and place together how the universe became a giant graveyard. Is that a large graveyard or a graveyard for large things? Oh. Though I just make very clever jokes like the one you just heard, I'm also an idiot, and I totally forget to to turn off these pumps until we have a way of sealing this box. Good. Good. So we want to use atmospheric sensors. Right there and right there. Cool. No, please stop pumping. Please stop pumping. I need you not to pump. The gas pump bit of gold. They're all gold now. We're going to turn off the auto repair for right now. That will help a little bit. The atmospheric sensors are also made of a material. I wonder if they can overheat as well. Atmospheric sensors do not say they can overheat, and they can only be made of copper. That's good to know. That's definitely good to know. And make sure I save my copper materials for additional logic in the future. You can use the new built-in disconnect tool. Monty Crisply, sorry, you're absolutely right. I totally forgot this tool. I tend to only use it to stop the awful movement of electricity, but yeah, you can totally use it for cutting pipes as well. Thank you for the very good thought on that one. If I select the correct thing. There we go. Yeah, if we just snip this for now, we can reattach it a little bit later. Such good thinking. And thank you again for noticing that. So yeah, we could go ahead and remove the power. We could go ahead and remove the pipeline. Either way will do it. You abuse the pliers mod so much. It's not abuse if it's in the main game now, right? The devs decided that they won't call it abuse. They'll call it good gameplay instead. As I said before while playing this game, I really know so very little about the mod scene on Auction Not Included. And I'm sure there's a tremendous amount of very cool mods. Was that a fine and functioning station? Thank you, MacJam. If you were here about 5 minutes ago, you might have a different opinion. we are having some problems in some places, but those are our little secrets, don't you worry. Oh, you know what? The reason I need to dig the Abyssalite out here is to continue the water line up. That's why I was thinking of removing it and putting in insulated tiles. Yeah. If not, we don't have water here, and they're all the problems. This is not yet powered, is that true? Not yet powered, good. We're not going to plug it in until the very last moment, once everything else is functioning. We'll see, we'll see, we'll see. I believe that is all we need. Let's decide what we're going to call this little area here, right? This little area here is some secret special area. If only I had a very small decorative item. Are there any 1x1 decorative items that I could just line in here as a silly joke to us all? Sculpting blocks? Nope, that's too tall, unfortunately. Flower pots. I can put flower pots in there as long as I don't put flowers in. I think we may do this. Lamps are too tall. We could make a line of ceiling lights. It'll be this little light of mine, and we're going to let it shine. I think we may end up doing this. When we have a bright idea, we can come look at this area. I call it our bright idea space. Perfect. Perfect, perfect, perfect. Alright, this is now nicely running again. So for the next 83 cycles, almost 84 cycles, we're feeling very, very good about the cooling in the base and the continuation of the water run. In 83 cycles, we'll have more problems, but that's not right now. Speaking of problems, a little bit of water here again. Won't the light room create heat? Okay, look here, you. You're absolutely right. But for the sake of a joke, isn't it worth it? I do wonder, though, if it's completely surrounded by insulated tile, maybe the heat won't be so much that we need to worry. We'll see. I made you of gold, correct? Yes, good. Alright, so go ahead and set this buddy to off for now entirely. And then this one here, I'll just have pump aggressively for a little while. So if it's above 0, get pumping. Cool. I think this one looks good. I think this one will function well like all the others. And this will increase our auction production by quite a bit. And that's all we ever really want. Okay, while they're finishing this room up, and they're really just like one wire and 2 walls to make, I guess it's time for us to head down here and begin thinking about the rest of our bedroom. So we put this line here in order to have the decor made. And it's been made now. There's a pipe down below that's missing also. Oh, I mean the gas pipe here and here, definitely. I mean, this one. Ah, thank you for noticing this has not been made yet. They actually can't make it because there's not a tile here yet. All right, all right. On the left-hand side with the insulation. Let me go look at that real quick. This tile here can't be reached from this side because it's locked. So go remove this wall. That's fine. Well, it's been a long time since we played Oni. I feel like skill rust is a very real thing. Yeah, in the Mac Jam, you should have seen the first hour or so. I mean, possibly every minute of the playthrough, but at least the first hour or so of the playthrough was me saying repeatedly, I don't remember what happens. I don't remember what happens. I don't know what buttons I'm pushing. I don't remember what happens. And, oh, the missing tile here, actually. I don't think we can get to that. So we'll just leave it there. It's Mafic rock. It won't melt or anything. Yeah, I don't know if it's just me as a player that forgets things over the course of a little while of not playing. Because a few members of our community have said when they go back to Oni, it fits like a glove every time. It's like, I know exactly what I'm doing. And this is just not my experience, not even a little bit. Okay. So we seal the box in now. And I believe I can make this connection and this connection with no assistance. Why are you still invalid? You, no. Does it need another one? I think its base is fatter than the indicated area there. I'll go and kick you up also. It's already on the way. Good job, Bren. It does need another tile, yeah. I think I knew that years ago, but it's like, oh, it clearly fits right there. Maybe it just likes to imagine itself a little larger than it is. Maybe it has worries about personal space, and so is deeply desirous that everyone else leaves it alone. Alright, making poor dupes climb in the water, that's no fun. The water line is all the way up, good. Last bit of sealing is happening. It's happening. Bubbles is coming and doing it. But Bubbles on the way. Good stuff. At first. Whew. Gotta be a while for Bubbles, unfortunately. Made to increase the tile's priority. Someone gets knocked out. Stinky is coming. Glorious, glorious Stinky. And we turn this on. Then we begin to pump. Eventually that's a hydrogen. 300. It will be glorious. Stinky, come on. I can only fill so much time. Gotta keep filling time till the comic shows up. There we go. Alright, fully sealed. Here we go. We turn the power on first. It begins to pump. This thing begins to pump also. Cool, cool, cool. I think I see no more carbon dioxide. Is that true? Still a little bit over there. It'll go over there soon. Totally a vacuum now. Carbon dioxide up here. That will need to get pumped in the machine. It's not going to be able to get up and around the hydrogen, unfortunately. I'm going to pump this through as well. I'm going to turn them to 300s now and see if it will normalize. I think it will. Gotta believe, gotta believe. Oh, actually, factually, the only issue is if the auction here does not get to 300, then it will never actually pump out this room. Oh, that's not attached. The further problem. There we go. Yeah. Okay, I'm just going to do maximum pumping here for a moment to get the auction out. It's out now. Good. Behold. Behold. Behold! All right, very good. So this should all function fine now. We're going to turn on auto repair again. And now, is the auction line totally oxygen? It is. So we can now destroy this pipe and have a standard pipe running that way, feeding even more oxygen in. Now, a slight concern I have. Okay, I actually don't think I have the concern I thought I was going to have. Wait, maybe I will in a second here. Let's wait until the bridge is removed. Okay, the slight concern I have is now we are producing more gas than this one pipeline can carry. So it might be time for a second pipeline. My current theory, hope, belief, is that we can only... There's a slight problem. Okay, two problems. Problem number one, the single pipe can only take the gas from 2 rooms. The third room is extraneous and slowing down movement. Fine. The second issue, my cooling zone for the oxygen is way down here. So the oxygen that's coming out here and here is actually not being cooled. Now, is that a problem? This room will not overheat itself. This room might overheat itself. This room has some in-room cooling. And so I believe it's the case the in-room cooling is sufficient to ensure that the gas moving north is not overly hot. This room needs help, though. We're going to have to look into that in a second. Let's check out temperatures on pipelines. So the cooled one here is currently at 19 degrees fine. If we go up a little bit and over to the output here, it's at 22 degrees. A little warmer, not a huge problem. Here's 20. Here is 36 degrees. I am so glad I caught that. So what we need to do is, actually what I'd like to do is to move the radiant pipe from here up to here, where absolutely everything will get cooled a little bit better. Cool. And then we'll turn this one into, I think just probably normal pipe is fine. I'm very glad I caught that before the, before the entire base overheated. Sure, igneous rock is fine. And I do want to prioritize this a little bit. Okay. So that fixed one of the two problems. The other problem, like I said, is that we are trying to pack too much gas in. So I think we want to start a second gas line. Now, I was thinking of having the gas lines run right next door, but I realized it might be better to have it just come over this way instead. The only issue we get to come over this way instead is that we can't go through this part. So maybe instead what we'll do is have a jump here and then go down and pipe through here instead. That'll look nice and orderly. Please form an orderly queue. This, though, is not being cooled. Okay, the area that had the radiant pipe before, its temperature is significantly lower. So the part where I said let's have this as non-radiant, I like to change that back. Double radiation actually is fine, as long as for some purpose. And hopefully it will cool enough. I'm hoping the radiation here... Oh, you know what? No. If we make this area right here radiant, it will end up cooling absolutely everything. It's hard to me a while to discover that one. But, yeah, just radiate all the way along there. maybe a little bit more. It has cold spot. Everything should cool down just fine. So I'm going to snip, snip, snip between here and here. And then bridge our way across. Cool. And we'll see what the temperature's like. If it doesn't work out, we can definitely come back and change things around some. Okay. Eventually we'll save these gases. Eventually. So I want to go ahead and snip a couple places. Right there. And right there. Then commandeer this section. And I guess I'll just run through here for now. And snip this one also. Cool. Now this may be picking up more heat. We'll want to check out a little bit. But where do we want this to go? Clearly providing nice oxygen for the living area makes a tremendous amount of sense. The shears seem really useful. They do. I think we're adding the most recent Oni update, and it's a really nice thing. I believe them's the facts. Okay, I do see we have no airflow tiles down to here. And also as before, the carbon dioxide story continues to be a problem. We'll look at that in a little bit. Okay. As of right now, we have plenty of dumping of oxygen on this side of the base. I'd like to dump more of it over here instead. Let's pull up the oxygen page and see what we see. Huh. Really, at this point, oxygen anywhere would be a good idea. We'll dump some right in this room, I guess. And at some point later, I'll come back around and attempt to better distribute the oxygen. But for now, bridge across this way. And I do kind of wonder what other like must-have quality of life mods there are in this game. All right, so we'll put one here. Hope it doesn't overheat the plants. We'll see. And then the bedrooms are not getting any right now. So put one there as well and see what happens. What does purple signify? That's a great question. Purple gas signifies is breathable, but low breathing. Like not super breathable, not hyper ultra breathable. I want my bases all hyper ultra breathable. It'll be fine soon. Not gonna panic, not gonna worry. All good, all good. So until this pipeline gets made, the oxygen's gonna back up more and more in here. Probably an argument in favor of dumping into here just to get a little bit more space. The pipeline will fill up until the pull line. We want to prioritize getting this done. It's quite essential. I guess it's not absolutely essential, right? What's the worst thing that happens if the oxygen backs up? It'll be all right. Cool. What do we have on offer today? More bristleberries. Absolutely. Ooh, about 70,000 still. So earlier the plants here started not functioning because of gas pressure. It's looking very breathable up here now. Last time it was very breathable here, but nowhere else. We began to shut this one off. Yeah, this middle section's still not super breathable, but at least this area is. We sent all of our oxygen up into the cold zone. As I said earlier, because we discovered nothing of value up here, I actually would like to seal this up to stop sharing our heat with the rest of the world. I'm gonna add 2 of these. And that will keep the cold zone a little colder. Well, I can fill with hydrogen, if only. But for right now, hydrogen stays hidden in its buckets, as it should be. This thing says harvest ready. It's also looking pretty terrible, though. Why does it look so terrible? Because I thought that when it was fully harvested, like you saw the mealworms wriggling. Huh. Okay, eventually it just throws the lice on the ground. It's self-harvest, I guess. That's fine. But we're clearly seeing we need more farmers. There's enough farming jobs in both places. This is level 5 farming, this is level 4 farming. And so it gets done only after things done up there. And hey, it's a new box. Hey, it's a new box. So what's on the ground we can put some places? Hey, it's sand. We don't want sand. Hey, it's mafic rock. That's warm, isn't it? 32 still. All right, another bucket of mafic rock goes here. That's a raw mineral. Cool. The line is getting made step by step by step. I'm going to destroy that one and that one. After the ceiling is built, I'm going to move this wire down through the ceiling. And that part of the base will look so much nicer then. Speaking of looking nicer, let's look at that old decor page and see how we're doing. How is our decor looking? Look, our base is so beautiful. Our decor is so good, friends. We did a good job on decor in this base. Oh no. Oh no. Oh no. Alright, so we've got some work on that for sure. Hey, Captain Doorknob, how's it going, my friend? Hope a pretty good day for sure, for sure. We got some work to do. We got some work to do on decor still. Yeah, it's not an instantaneous to be fixed topic, but slowly but steadily we'll get it fixed. If we're dumping oxygen here, we almost certainly want to have airflow tiles that run at least occasionally through here. This is doing absolutely nothing for us. And let's actually make airflow tiles right underneath the vent to maximize the oxygen going through. How cool, though, that we are now getting oxygen from the new spawn room over this way. And so we should see the base nicely oxygenating. Should is a very strange word. Should is said in many ways. We just need to give it some time. I believe someone said yesterday that a SPAM will most likely be able to run to fill the lungs of 5 dupes. So we have 15 dupes worth of production and 16 dupes. So one of you must stop breathing, please. Why do we still have latrines? Because I haven't gotten this functional yet. I plan to remove these latrines once this is going. This is not going yet because water in, water out. Because the polluted water coming out of here would not necessarily get treated fast enough because this is not running consistently enough. This is not running consistently enough because we don't have a second sieve. So, in order to get the bathrooms running here, I need a second sieve going up here. However, I got distracted off of that because I was worried about the oxygen situation. As of right now, I'm no longer worried about oxygen. So, let's install a second sieve. Oh, did someone say it was 8 dupes per electrolyzer, not 5? Okay, I thought it was that the ideal number of dupes per electrolyzer was 8. But because the electrolyzer doesn't run all the time, because of gas pressure in the SPAM, it's only 5. Now, maybe I'm wrong on that. Whichever way, if we see that we're producing not enough oxygen, we'll work on that. For right now, we're okay, though. All right, remove that. And how wide do you need to be? How far can this thing see? So we can see all the way over to this tile. The sieve, if it goes here, I believe can be just reached. Yeah, I think that's fine. I think it's absolutely fine. We need to move the ladder line over, though. So we'll dig in like so. Does Bleachstone support itself? I I think it does. I think Bleachstone doesn't fall. Wait, if it did fall, it would have already fallen. It can't be supported by above. Is this a system to get rid of germs? It is. It is. And I think it's working pretty well right now. Yeah, so far it's going okay. We'll see how it's going. So we want to run you down this way instead. As of right now, the dupes can jump from here to here. And that's fine. I just need to remove this one. Dupes can get to here, walk over, climb up. Glorious. Show the germless water. It's very close to germless, he says while crossing his fingers. Oh, remember when I made that very, very slight tweak to the germ settings and said, I just need to not get greedy here? Friends, I got greedy here. We really were down to almost no germs at all, right? We're down to 700 germs in the whole bucket. It's fine. We can fix this. I can change him. I can save him. It's fine. So what I changed was adding a wee bit more. I believe I added in 5% more of the day spent on loading water in. And that is not quite right. So now it's the case that at 0, Big Boy turns on for 28%. And then there's 2% of off time. And it turns on at 30. And so runs from 30 to 60. There's then 40% of the cycle spent on degermifying. This is still like not the ideal setup, but it should function, hopefully. Unless. Is carbon dioxide getting to the buckets now? It's close. So if carbon dioxide begins to get across here, which it is a little bit, it degermifies less effectively. I'm thinking I may go back to manual. on this. Shouldn't I use this to power my spam? I'm sorry, I'm confused. How would I use this to power my spam? Yeah, we could use the germ sensor, definitely, to run multiple loops and send germy water back around again and again and again. What was I thinking? There's a reason I haven't done that. Right, it takes plastic. And I'm trying very hard not to get any plastic until I build a rocket ship this time. Because I hate Drekos and believe they should be absolutely destroyed. Oh, feed it this water to the briny water. Yeah. I mean, we definitely could do that. As of right now, I'm fairly comfortable with how this is running. Maybe. Maybe. But yeah, they definitely have a lot of water over here. It's just a matter of getting it to go through without adding more and more food poisoning germs. I may need to watch for a moment. So you're empty right now. The water in there does have no germs. So we have fixed that. Wait, Nomadic Jam, you have not heard my rage against Drekos? Have you zoomed in on them? Like, seriously. Look at that monstrosity. Like, look at its awkward little gaping, walking. Look at its, like, terrible nails. Get a pedicure, comma, bro. Like, its skin does not seem soft. I would not want to take that character's body and rub it on myself, use it as a pillow, or turned it into clothing. And then the eyes, the eyes, the eyes. What kind of horror show is that? The plastic ones are good? Yes, but you must care for the non-plastic ones until you get the plastic ones. And I refuse to engage in that kind of conduct. It's cute like a bulldog. Ah, so it's been genetically modified in such a way to have a terrible, terrible life. I'm on board with that. Drekos having a bad life makes me very, very happy. Okay, so facing in that direction, the water goes out. That is fine. We're gonna make sure that the water goes into the white here to ensure it does not skip past the center line there. Good. Good. Do we have sufficient power to run this? It's on this line here. Its maximum is... Oh. I didn't even plan to plug it in, and we did. Perfect. Hey, Captain Doorknob, thank you for joining the Society of Dreco Haters. If you're not a Dreco hater, get out. You're not welcome here. No, I shouldn't say that. It's very rude. But thank you much for the follow, my friend. I'm glad you're enjoying hanging out with us. Hope today's going very, very well. But if I ever hear you speak positively of Drecos, ban immediately. I can get down there for sure. This is the thing that takes polluted dirt out of here and goes somewhere. I believe we got that started on this side, yes? Okay, so it's up to here now. The question then is, where do we take our polluted dirt through the base from here? I think the obvious answer is just run it straight through this ceiling. I don't think polluted dirt off gases while it goes. Does anyone know for sure? Like, I know that heat is radiated from the conveyor belts. Does anyone know if gases are also off gas there? We'll see. Gregarious, you're starting a Kentucky Fried Dreco restaurant. So on the one hand, I'm all about a Kentucky Fried Dreco restaurant because it would be destroying Drecos. Awesome. However, it also popularizes Drecos. I think when people go to the chicken restaurant, they say, I like chicken. And even if they mean they like how it tastes, they've still said a positive word about chickens. And so can we tolerate people saying, I like Drecos? I don't think we can. No, I'm sorry, I will not support your Kentucky Fried Dreco restaurant. Terribly sorry, terribly sorry. Oh, it will off gas. Oh, okay, so it's just this room and this room. There are problems then. And this room. Though this will get sealed back up again. Well, obviously we can throw a bunch of the little deodorizers down, and that will help. Chlorine. Gotta pump that out. Not chlorine. Carbon dioxide. Gotta pump that out. I've said probably 100 times by now. Let's just add some deodorizers we can here. For example, this terrarium has done nothing for a very long time. We add deodorizer here and there. Oh! How many people can sit in this room? Pepper MG likes Drecos. Unmod Pepper. I think Pepper's our longest running active mod. I don't believe I could unmod Pepper without causing an absolute riot. We can add in 2 more little chairs here. And then will that be enough? Can we see? We see that there are mess tables. I don't think this is how many are in there right now. We'll click in a little bit and see what happens. Okay. We haven't seen a pop-up on low oxygen production in a couple cycles now, so I think we're okay. I think we're okay on that. Every time I see them rub their little eyes, I immediately think, oh, we just need to make oxygen suits. And then you know what I do? I don't make oxygen suits. Someday. Okay, like I said earlier, I'd like to begin putting the crown molding across this way. Oh, actually factually, because of the ladders here, they can do some of them. Do crown moldings block dupe heads? I don't believe so. But I think they can hop on across and get this all knocked out. We'll see. Yeah, it does not block dupe heads. Yeah, nice. That'll get done very, very soon. And the sinks on the other side are set in both directions. No, they're not. Only set in the left direction. I think we'll do the same thing here. Or the right direction over there. Here we'll say left. Awesome. Alright. We need to add one more view. And then we have a wall. Huh. Why did I say 4 of these? So over here I only have the 3. Well, I guess I decided I wanted a 4th one. Do not ask why. Only the shadow knows, etc., but that's fine. We got plenty of room for beds still. I might regret not having space for the beds here, but we'll see what happens. Okay, and ideally I want the wall to go here. Oh, also ideally, I want to put a one-way door here. Do I? I actually might want to seal our buddies in at night, so they have to go out this way and make use of the ablutions and the beauty room. Am I restricting the freedom of my dupes? Am I saying I do not care about your autonomy? I fully suspect I am, yes. Fully think so. But I suppose what's new, right? Again with this across. Let me just remove this one right here. And then these ladders go away also. Good. They can be reached from the floor, so we can remove absolutely all of them. Decor item in the middle here. Do we want to see a potted plants in the middle of the bathroom, or would you prefer to see a marble statue, which is more eye-catching and better for the dupes? Let me get this algae. It'll probably cause water to roll somewhere. Though it's only 38 liquid, 38 grams of it, so it might just sit exactly there. And it does. Good stuff. Oh, Abe is excited to see who's next. He's ready to offer them a very nice balloon. Hello, medicine. You get a nice balloon. I promise we'll hire someone else soon enough. I promise. Y'all want statues? Alright. You want a statue, you get a statue. Masterwork, attractiveness. I'll even do the large one, and we'll make it out of granite. So it's giant and beautiful, and oh, the dupes will love it. I believe we can have, like, baby planters here also. I said I was going to fix this, so I will now do so. Actually, run it like that. Now, once that's done, we'll come back around and remove the other section. Making the base look nicer. I might just leave this... Well, I don't know. I was going to say I'm going to leave this here as a hallway, but I recognize it's a hallway that just rams into a wall. We could remove this wall. I wonder what the temperature difference is. So the right-hand side is 24. The left-hand side, 26, actually. Huh. That's a little surprising to me, because the desalinators do throw heat off, I believe. Also requires area emptying, Liam's on the way. Good. Goody good. One more to do there. They can definitely reach out from a corner if I put the airflow tiles in. Oh, they use cold brine, though. You're absolutely right, Yuki. Thank you for remembering that. The cold brine is keeping the temperature down here. On the other side, we only have the, reasonably temperate oxygen going through at 23 degrees. And 23 degrees is squarely in green territory, which is from 20 up to 30. That's where we want to keep it, ideally. Cool. All right, let's begin to put our pipelines together on this. These are all of the, all of the finished items for now. We just want to make sure we don't actually plug them in, lest things go bad. So, in this corner is our water bucket. In this corner is a bit of a backup. I may need to manually dump the entire line for a little bit. Unless... Okay, this is just not plugged... Wait, what have I done? Alright, what I've done, my friends, is I actually connected this thing's output into the input here. So this would allow it to completely fill with Pluto water for always and ever. Glad I noticed that before I did anything else. So I just want this to run this way, and then remove those two instead. And then the polluted water. Wait, no. Yes, yes? Okay, let's think more slowly. So, this is the part where polluted water goes in. It comes out on this side. We want to run this side into here instead. Polluted water goes in. That is correct. All right, now we snip. There. Cool. Also there. Cool. On the other side of things, this is where clean water comes out. And part of me is thinking, why don't we just dump the clean water from this one later in the sequence? Because this will never fill up unless I manually turn it on for forever. What's the output? What's the output on each of these? 5 kilograms a second. A full pipeline of liquid is 10 kilograms. So yeah, we can actually just smash them together and there'll be no problem. Oh gosh, what have I done? There'll be no problems at all. I think that will work fine. I think the reason we wouldn't want to put it here is because once it's full, of course, it can't include any more. And so it would just stop running. Like I said, it's only filling up a little bit. Are you germ-free? You're germ-free. All right, so having fixed the timer run, we're no longer having germs go out. Good. I can flip it to unspaghetti the pipes. This sounds like removing spaghetti is a goal of the playthrough. If you type in exclamation goals, you'll see the goals of the playthrough. I don't recall listing remove pipe spaghetti. Doesn't seem like something I'd do. No, you're absolutely right. You're absolutely right that flipping it would definitely do it. I may have connected one too many pipes between second and third reservoir. Oops. Oh, good eye. Thank you for noticing that, Hikala. I totally didn't see I'd done that. You're 100% correct. Because I would just call it the flow straight through. Good. Good. All right, and then over here. So we were talking about running clean water this way. Set that up. This is the input. We're using sandstone, which we have little. I'd prefer to use anything else instead. Okay. Liquid pipes, lots of igneous rock, lots of granite. Let's use the granite. It looks pretty. Hidden in the floor, it'll be beautiful. At least the mole people or the rat people who live in our floor will appreciate the granite. Then down below, into the side too. Yeah, probably the right way to do it is to replace all of the exposed pipes with granite, but that's a bit too much work. Also, I did the awful thing I often do, which is forget to leave space for bridge jumps. These are used kind of irregularly. So I can go ahead and cut this real quick and replace it here so we can double bridge jump, I suppose. Also, we have a hand washing station here. So fairly soon, we're getting rid of all of these things to use for somewhere else in the future. I don't quite know when that would be. Also, once we have these wash basins removed, I don't think we're producing bottles of polluted water anywhere. So we could just go ahead and get rid of the bottle emptier also and totally seal this. Because eventually the polluted oxygen will build up enough that the... yeah, eventually the polluted oxygen will build up enough that the be no more off-gassing. That said, we said before, polluted oxygen is oxygen, and it's helping us maintain enough oxygen right now. So I probably don't want to change that. Oh, this diffuser's been here for a very long time. This diffuser's doing absolutely nothing. Off it goes. So what we're going to talk about is moving water over to here. So go here, That's sandstone again. I'm not sure why I want to save my sandstone. It's not clear it's actually needed for anything, other than it reminds me of home as perhaps the most important of elements of this base. Even though it's just a physics puzzle, just an efficiency producing machine, truly, 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 it's someone's home. Not to, speak of dupes with people or anything. I usually like going on this side, actually, and I have no idea why that is. But jump like so. That means clean water's getting in. I don't like this little pipe here. I have no idea why it's there. I'm going to get rid of it so I can stop looking at it. It's like strange protrusion. All better. Good. Okay. And then dirty water comes out also. Now, the issue with the dirty water has been an issue for quite a while, which is I need to ensure that it runs first out of here before the main line comes. Now, earlier what we said we're going to do is to set this hydro sensor such that this only pumps out if it's up to that line. But it's much, much lower now and probably will not refill anytime soon. We're getting bits of polluted water from the carbon skimmers. And anywhere else? He's here. Okay, I think what we want to do on the output is, we'll connect them first, of course. These also lovely granites shine at the dupe as they shine up their bodies. All right, so we're going to bridge across here. I just need to add it into the sensor's there. All right, so truthfully, the place I want to go is right here. Can I bridge into a sensor? I have no idea. I bet I can. Awesome. This is as planned. And so we're going to run the dirty water to here. As long as there's dirty water here, this thing will turn off and not introduce more water. And that will work fine. That will work just fine. Okay, it probably makes more sense to run up this time on the polluted water. So, link it like this. The bridge will tell which way to go. Cool. That's insulated. What am I doing? No insulation. They can hear and feel the liquid moving about. Wait. This actually will not work. The reason it won't work is an output running to an output. I'm glad I caught that. I can imagine earlier was already staring at that and saying, "Why are you not working? You must work." I believe if it goes like this instead, it'll work just fine. And from there, that one's unreachable. We can make a ladder and fix it as always. Actually, can we? Because there are items in the way of the ladder. We'll do it right, team. We'll do it right. This way. Bring it to here. Bridge across this way. Hello, Vera. Oni's doing very well today. Having a bunch of fun with Oni as always. Okay. Over this one also. What's this pipeline again? Okay, that's cold water. Someday, I may use the cold water for cooling the base. But not today. Back to you. No reason not to dig out that algae. Previously had water there. We'll see. I put a bridge in backwards. Did I really? Let's look. Oh, yeah. See, this often happens to me. I'm thinking from left to right now because I am building the pipe left to right. But the water's actually coming from right to left. It's just a matter of which way I'm moving that helped me choose that, and it's of course incorrect. Thank you for catching that, for sure, Inuit. Hello, Moist Discharge. Your name continues to be disgusting, but I'm glad you're here with us today. How's it going? How's it going, Moist? So we're going from right to left. I'll have to change the deodorizer location. Okay, and then add bridges again. Okay, and I think that will then do it. We talked about deodorizers a bit ago. I think I talked about building on here, maybe? I know there was somewhere. This is now totally degermed. It starts pumping in about 8% of time. And this is what makes me think I can add a tiny little bit more water and not get more germs out. But nah, can't be trusted, can't be trusted. Yeah, definitely adding this will be the thing to do. And this is more important than getting that other thing done. So I'm going to actually turn you to higher priority to get fixed up. Okay, that should be all of it. Yeah. Yeah. Okay, we don't need this anymore. Nor this anymore. I want to add some more airflow tiles, definitely. Wait, didn't I put an airflow tile right here? I think I talked about airflow tile and then just made a normal tile instead. No, we definitely got to share the love, share the oxygen. Okay. There, down to there. Hey Vera, how go cherry blossoms in Japan? Have I seen any yet? Yeah, so actually at the start of stream 2 days ago, I think, I showed the cherry tree just down the street from us. I walked past the cherry tree today on the way to work, and it is beginning to bloom and is well on the way to being that bright, glorious pink that we love so much every single cherry blossom season here. I'll remove this tile to get that part finished. Oh, this slime has no slime lung. Hello? Okay, there's a bunch of slime lung up here. Fine. But I really thought there was slime on this stuff. I've been letting it sit there for a very long time because I was pretty sure it was slime. Well, fine. The things we discover when we actually pull up the germ overlay. Hey, the dupes are appreciating each other. We appreciate that too. And then we did make the wire underneath the ground, so we can now go ahead and remove the other one. And how much nicer does the base look now? So much nicer. Show me the water situation. Precious blue water has filled the whole thing. So they can now run. They'll fill the pipe. Yes. Yes. It has begun. For a brief moment it hung here. I don't know if more water was coming in or if it just didn't have a pull line past this stuff here. I believe it's making it on its magical journey across the base. And the question is, will it stop this as these come through? Yeah, absolutely perfect. Absolutely perfect. Cool. I'll take a brief moment of satisfaction instead of saying, okay, that's done, check, check, check. What comes next? Okay, we also see more water coming in. Huh. I guess we can actually run another sieve into the same line. cool. This is really, really cool to see. It is now stopped. The question now is, will the germs actually get cleansed now? There's currently 14,000. We're about halfway through the off time here. There are 8,000. Can I just add 1% more water? Just one teeny tiny percent more water would help. That said, we're now, I believe, pushing through roughly double the water we were before. There's 2,000 now. About a third remains. Under 1,000. Under 500. We gotta add more, right? We gotta add a little more water. Got 100. Yeah, I think we're good. I think we're good. I think we're good. That feels amazing to see also. So glad to find the second sieve here. And the sweeper can see them both. I think my one question would be, is it possible to have a sweeper also feed one that's next to it? I bet it could. I wonder if I made a floor right here on the very, very edge. Would it be able to see down below as well as up above? More sieves, more sieves. It is completely degermified with plenty of time left. I'm going to give 1%, 1% more water and see if that overloads the thing. We'll check back in a little bit. Let's look at the germ overlay. Hopefully it's better than last time. 2,000, 2,000, 2,000. Kind of sitting at 2,000. Oh, it's going down. We're ticking down gradually. It's worse than I would like it to be, but it is ticking down. Just need to give it some time. Okay. So we now remove this deodorizer. And before I move dupes to sleep in here, we need to ensure that we have actual oxygen. So we'll deal with that next. Like I said, I am going to seal this room entirely. The people have to go through the pretty room to get there. Now, speaking of pretty rooms, this one is not. If we look at only the section of the base... Oh boy, we got problems. We'll fix it soon, though. We do also want to put a door in the middle here. We have a proper barracks room. Nice. Okay, so now we can go ahead and remove the old bathrooms. But I'll deal with the carbon dioxide first. So what we're seeing now is that, yeah, we are getting more oxygen throughout the base. That's good. It's not great, but it is good. So we're dumping oxygen directly into the sleeping room here, and just above here. The interesting question is going to be, is the carbon dioxide just packed already? It's at 600. It's at 600. Polluted oxygen is off-gassing here. And so I believe it's the case that... Oh, we actually have a liquid lock going. We unintentionally have a liquid lock going. That was not the aim. So this airflow tile is unable to work because there's water on both sides of it. And it's dumping out bit by bit by bit more and more. Yeah, it's very slight grams. So if we continue to have tiles here, more will come out. That actually might explain why it's been sitting with so much carbon dioxide for such a long time. Now, it is still a little liquid locky, so I'm going to add another airflow tile. Usually I like to have just two. This seems better. And then, okay, I'm going to throw airflow tiles here as well to allow carbon dioxide from this room to drop out. And like I said before, I think I may put deodorizers along this area, just to ensure that any gas that's going to try to come up through the floor to the dupe sleeping room will be de-deodorized. No, just deodorized. That's all we need. Just the one. So one there. And one there. Sorry about the swimming. Y'all doing great. Let's check out the carbon dioxide situation down here. So, despite adding in additional airflow tiles, it's still not dropping quite as fast as I want. So down here it's currently 615. It turns on at 620. So it's getting very, very close to another pump. At the very bottom is about 620 also. So it's getting, fairly close. Fairly close. In the middle section, 646. On top here, 650. The deodorizers are unsymmetrical, non-symmetrical. Oh gosh, they are. I actually didn't mean to put one here, to be honest. And I meant to put them so you could just jump through. But, yeah, terribly sorry. Terribly sorry. My apologies. Here, this helps. I put even more deodorizers in at the cost of so very, very much power. What's currently going on this one? 970 maximum consumption. All right, call it 975, 980, 85, 990. We can even add a couple more in the future if we want to. Maybe throw one over in this direction. So this will be just fine now. Cool, good to see. What's in the box? Rust. I don't exactly want rust. Doesn't really matter too much. So we'll look through the other ones here. Exosuit training of 3, the bathroom troubles and lowered strength. Yeah, it's again the wouldn't you all love to be Rocketeers? We already have one very good Rocketeer, so I'm not going to get any other ones. So, I'm terribly sorry. Here comes some rust. Sorry, Devin. Sorry, Nesbit. Sorry, Quinn. How many different dupe types are there? I believe it's the case that everyone we have is named separately. And we're still seeing other kinds of names. For example, I haven't actually picked up a Meep yet. And usually by this point, I would have at least one Meep. I don't know. Hey, Emo, how's it going? Fair enough, you like dupe with 3 interests over 1 inch for lots of points. That makes sense. It makes sense to have them able to do lots of things and contribute to the cause in many ways. Oh, this is so sad. They have no way to jump across here, so I have to go for swims. It's so sad, I say, as I then laugh. Do I ever name dupes after viewers? So, not recently. I did the very first time I ever played Oxygen Not Included, and it was great fun, but then I realized there weren't enough dupes coming in that I could name people effectively. Like, we should have the exact same dupes all the way through, and unfortunately in a game like this one, there's not much story for the dupes. So in RimWorld, I really enjoy giving dupes names, not dupes, sorry, columnist names, because I can then tell the life story of this character. In Oni, it's instead like, darn you, Emu, why are you not working? Or that kind of thing. That's just not terribly compelling. So I think there's also great joy in keeping the default names, because everybody has strong feelings about Meep, and everybody loves Meemaw and so on. And if I say instead like, oh, it's Resorty the character, everyone goes boo. And nobody enjoys that. Nobody enjoys that. Little Pluto Auctions dancing here more than we'd like. Yeah, I may add a couple more deodorizers to help with that. Yeah, earlier there was a deodorizer over here. Also we have slime just kind of hanging out. I'm going to make a sweeping job for that, just to ensure it gets moved. Because the slime buckets aren't full, correct? The slime buckets are not full. But yes, I know it's a nice thing to have characters in games named after viewers. Way to make you feel appreciated. I appreciate your being here, even if I don't name anything after you. Can they reach the slime? That's a heck of a question. Of course they can't. Of course they can't. Hey Mike, how's it going? This might be crazy. Have I ever considered a Magic the Gathering draft? Wait, have you not heard this rant before? That I've only played Magic the Gathering twice my entire life, and was a friend back in graduate school who made me play his worst deck while he played a better deck. A deck that had like a win condition: if you get 2 cards in hand, you win automatically. And he made me play goblins against it over and over again, and I just kept losing. And I'd say like, "Hey, can I try a really good deck?" And he'd say, "No, it's my deck." And so I had my little feeble goblins. So I don't really know enough about Magic to do effective drafting. Like, I understand some of the concepts, but it would not be a fun stream, because I would be playing poorly, and I guarantee there would be viewers who would say, Rizordi, the correct move to have played would be to tap this character and then to block this, etc., etc. And I don't have a lot of interest in that kind of card game. Now that said, I might be wrong. I might have a great time with Magic, but I've never really been a card game kind of guy. But yes, good old friend Jay, the graduate school friend about whom all these stories are told. So... hey Stromko, I had a similar experience. You had a friend who set you up with some decent cards and decent deck, but everyone else had a horrendously overpowered one. Yeah. I remember talking to my friend about, what's the fun of playing a game where all you have to do is get these 2 cards and then you win automatically. And he said, oh, it's fun to win. And I said, cool, let me win. And he said, no. The fun part is seeing it work in my hands. If you do it, it's no fun. And that made me very, very sad. So, some of you have suggested in the past I may not have the greatest of friends. You might be right. Now, I'm nearly certain I've cleaned up this water multiple times. Why is there water here again? One possibility is that ice is freezing when it's converted to normal water. The water is currently coming out at 5 degrees. The water's going in at around negative 10 degrees. So I'm guessing that's what's going on here, is we're getting pipe damage and I'm not seeing it, but they are repairing it for us. So I'm going to look one more time, like going away and then coming back, and yeah, we'll see. Hey Thrall, Magic Arena online only is good for beginners. It shows how to play for free. You can spend lots and lots of money on if you like. I'm good, thanks. I'm good, thanks. Yeah, I think any game that asks me to spend more and more feels pretty bad. And like, I understand it's the whole shtick of Magic the Gathering, but for a game in which the thing you're buying is just a digital asset, and especially if those digital assets make it possible for players to win or lose more easily, it doesn't feel great to me. And like, I'm not meaning to argue at all about like, should this business exist, It's more, I know what will happen. I know what will happen is what happened to me when I played Hearthstone, right? I didn't play Hearthstone on stream. I enjoyed playing Hearthstone, and I had like a pretty decent deck that I had gradually built over a few months, maybe over a year, and then they released a new set of cards. And they had all these pop-ups of, hey, don't you want to be the newest and greatest players, figuring out the strategies and beating all the noobs? Just, type your credit card number in now and you can get those. And I said, no. Like, I'm totally cool buying the initial card set as buying the video game. But if my video game is going to become outdated and I have to play it against other people, that's just not terribly fun for me. Like, in the case of Paradox games, I know that my game becomes outdated, so if I want to get the new DLC, fine, whatever. But I can still really enjoy playing DLC-free CK2, for instance. But I think with Hearthstone, I really struggle with that. And now I don't play Hearthstone at all. Not just because I didn't have a good time with the buy more cards, but also because I just got bored of it. And so I know with Magic the Gathering, I'd spend more and more money to get these cards and then just never play it again. So, yeah, I think I'll say, like, Magic's awesome. A lot of people really enjoy it. I'm guessing many of you enjoy it. It's just not for me and definitely not for stream. So, cool idea, but no, I'm good. Hey, Pro Gamer, speaking of Paradox, did we hear about the announcements? We did. We talked about them at length on stream yesterday. Pretty excited for everything announced. We'll definitely play CK3 again when the new DLC comes out, and maybe even before that. Okay. Do we believe that 16 dupes can survive on 6 toilets? With the inclusion of shifts we do. So, we're beginning to get oxygen in this room. we are beginning to get oxygen in this room. Hey, Ambient, good seeing you. You played Magic since 99 and a few months where you paid your entire mortgage by selling cards. Yeah, I totally get that. I've got a big old crate of Pogs at my mom's house. I sometimes wonder if my Pogs from the mid-90s are worth anything. And the younger people are saying, what's a Pog? And I realize that's the problem here. But yeah, I do wonder if I'd been into Magic in my earlier years. Would I have some great cards that are worth big money? Would I have got my Black Lotus? That's what I'm wondering. I'm seeing a lot of junk around the base again. We should probably think about more storage rooms. Like, there's actually no particular reason this storage room has to continue going here over and over again. And, wait, this is totally empty. What is it? Okay, it's not totally empty. It's just very close to empty. Huh. Okay, what junk is on the floor where? Here we have some clay. I don't think clay off-gases anything. So, in this box. Okay, some of these boxes were for algae. Raw minerals, fine. Algae. Raw minerals, fine. Our last little bit of algae. We'll keep it as a happy reminder of times past. I'll start putting the beds in. And try not to assign them until we actually have some oxygen here. So I want to place these such that the dupes do not use each other's ladders while they're sleeping. We need to make more metal right away. Now, unfortunately, it's the case that any dupe coming through here is going to use the ladder to hop down. So let's actually not do it that way. Let's turn it the other direction and see if this is wide enough to fit multiple stacks in. Hey, Trenton, do you have any cool slammers? So I actually don't know if I ever played a game of Pong. Of Pogs. Like, I know there were these very thin cardboard ones, and like these thicker plastic metal ones. And the thicker plastic metal ones were the slammers. And I actually don't remember how the game was played. It was all the rage for a little bit, though, back in middle school, maybe? I don't know. And it's strange how these fads work. Or for a little bit, it's just the coolest thing in the whole wide world. And then, very quickly, it becomes, wait, what was that again? What was that? Okay, for you. We still have 23 tons of raw copper. Nigh infinite amounts. Get more of that soon. This is full. It is germ-free again. Now, how many more times can I increase the timer by just 1% before we get germs through? Because I think I went up to 35% last time. Okay. I said earlier I may need to add a reservoir. And I think I may still need to add a reservoir, because we're seeing it a little backup here. Now, it's not the end of the world backup, but it is something to be mindful of. I'm going to remove just one outhouse right now. Kibbs, you got some Alf Pogs. That is a very, very 1990s sentence. Maybe even 1980s sentence, I'm not quite sure. But, yeah, that's like saying I called the Blockbuster to see if they had a VHS in stock. I still have my Blockbuster card. I brought my Blockbuster card all the way to Japan because it is the oldest subscription I have. I wonder if there's some computer somewhere that still remembers my my being a Blockbuster kid. Be kind, rewind. Oh, that's great. That's great. Oh, in class the other day, I was talking about timelines and like other ways in which we represent like our conception of history. Like there's a progressive narrative that says things were once really bad. As time goes on, they go up towards the good, but keep on going. Yeah, wait, why am I telling this story? Right, because to explain the timeline, I quickly popped out a whole bunch of like dates in sequence across time, and I included in 1492 Columbus sailed the ocean blue, and it blew the mind of my Japanese students. There was this clever little rhyme to remember something in history, and I made the standard joke here, which is if it rhymes, it must be true. And now you say, be kind, please rewind. And I'm like, oh yes, that was true too. Yeah, rhyming is definitely the way to my little resorty heart. Actually put it here. Okay, so we do see that polluted dirt is now moving through the base. I'm also always delighted when I can blow the mind of my students these days. I'm curious about the temperature and about the off-gassing. This was the place I talked about throwing in a deodorizer to help with off-gassing, as polluted dirt came through and might be able to dump some. I don't see any off-gassing. Are we sure off-gasses? I mean, it'll off-gas when it gets where it's going. And it off-gasses in the room where it's produced. I'm relatively sure that items on the conveyor belt don't off-gas. Well, that's fun. That's fun. We'll check again in a little while and just see if this room fills entirely. Check the mass when it leaves mass where it's going. That's a very good point. That's a very, very good point. That's if it off-gasses even a little bit. This conveyor chute is closed. It's disabled by an automation grid. Oh! I didn't realize that would happen. All right, remember that part a very long time ago when I automated between here and here with a straight line, and then I threw the chute here, and the chute there, it has, apparently it's automatable also, and so it is now turned off, and it's probably totally full of junk sitting behind it. It's not a huge problem, but I'm glad to have discovered that. So I want to move that just one step down if possible to there, and then run you to there as well. Yeah, no problem. Glad I caught that. Something to worry about in the future. But new builds and old builds fitting together is always a bit of fun. Right. Gotta empty that out eventually. Okay, do we get more now? We do. Okay, we want to have 2 in between. That's only 1 in between. So I have to skip a spot. And now there's 2 in between. How did I make this room? Okay, so back to back works. Did I try that? Wait, what did I do? Okay, it's back to back because these are facing the wall. Let's think. So if I have these here also, we then skip another line, we turn it around. I think it's better to actually allow the dupes to jump down and mess with this ladder for the sake of packing more in the room. We'll see. Hey, more printables. Okay. So someone's an operator, someone's a digger. Let's take the pinch of pepper seeds. We have so many blossom seeds. What on earth are we gonna do with them all? Also, I believe we're actually good on oxygen. And I believe this room is getting. I believe this room. Okay, I believe. Also, again, water's here still. There's just not much water. If we drain even a little bit by digging down 1. I believe that all this water will drop at once. I'll go ahead and dig out a couple spots, though, just to ensure it does. So we do have oxygen to the very bottom of this room right now. Cool. That beautiful light blue. Presumably we need to add additional SPOMs. We can get the oxygen out of this. It'll help a tiny bit, but not a lot, unfortunately. Yeah, I think we've accomplished both of my big goals for today. More or less. I mean, we'll do a little bit more on getting this bedroom done, but yeah, I had 3 goals. New SPOM, automate this room, and this. I guess we can make sure we have automated the coal room also. But I feel kind of free now to work on anything we want to work on. That's a pretty swell feeling. These go back to back. That ensures 2 between them. And then the punching continues. This is a temporary location for our crusher. Are you actually automated already? Yeah, most certainly you are. So that is done also. I think we talked about resealing this room as well. Hey Matt, what are my thoughts on the philosophy of Alan Watts? So I actually had a student really into Alan Watts, maybe about 8 years ago or so, and I read a bunch of his books with him. So I'm not going to give you a full answer right now because it's obviously a subtle system that requires quite a bit of thought. I'll tell you one story though, and this story you're not going to like. So Alan Watts is a non-academic thinker outside of philosophy who's in California and talking about like spirituality and the ways in which like our minds shape our reality. And I think he'd be placed like a self-help guru in some corners, but he insists he was a philosopher. And so one day he went to the University of California at Berkeley Philosophy Colloquium and gave a talk on his philosophy. And apparently it was an absolute disaster because the philosophy graduate students there did what graduate students do, which is to say they said, all right, you use this word being, like you need to align your energy with being. When you say being, what do you mean? And apparently Watts gave some answer that was not terribly satisfying. And so the graduate students, still acting like graduate students, pushed him again and again and again on these definitions. And Watts finally said, look, I'm just not this kind of philosopher. And so I think like the discipline of academic philosophy does not take Watts terribly seriously. He's up there with Ayn Rand as being a person who writes on big topics, but doesn't write on them in a way that the discipline tends to respect. That said, I think he offers some really interesting ideas on like finding one's place in the world and setting aside a certain amount of the concerns of materialism. He's an ethical thinker in that way. But that's a long and short to say I don't have a fully developed response. Though I did enjoy reading it with my student. But honestly, anytime a student says to me, Resorty, please read a book with me, I will read it no matter what it is. I've read Ayn Rand with students. I've read, I don't know what all I've read. Like anything they want to read with me, I say, sure, let's do it. It'll be awesome. And I really enjoy that process of just like thinking with a student and encouraging their excitement about ideas. I often find my students are just terrified of faculty. And so convincing them that like, I'm a person and you can come and talk to me and say, hey, let's talk about these ideas. They always worry they're wasting my time. And I always tell them like, no, I'm paid to care about you. I'm paid to be interested in you. Is Rand still popular with my age range? So about 5 years ago, I noticed that the students stopped asking questions about Ayn Rand and began asking questions about Jordan Peterson. And that has stopped. That has abruptly stopped. So I did read Jordan Peterson with some of my students some years back. It was interesting. It was interesting to see them excited about some ideas, even though I thought the ideas were in places a little puerile. But yeah, I think that, I mean, I hesitate on this one. All right, so in the most recent exam, I asked the students to, like, tell me a story that nicely mirrors the allegory of the cave about someone seeking truth and the obstacles they find to that searching of truth. And I had a student talk about Andrew Tate. And I don't really know that much about Andrew Tate, other than that he is currently in prison in, like, Romania for various kinds of, like, sex trafficking and such. And I know he's one of these, like, men have been made weak, you gotta work out and get fancy cars and kill your enemy, etc., right? Like, definitely not the status of masculinity I find very interesting. But I was just amazed to see a student suggest that Andrew Tate is a truth seeker when, you know, like, the truth he puts forward is pretty darn toxic ammo. And, like, the students seem completely insensible to the fact that, like, Tate's in prison for, like, potentially pretty awful crimes against other people. So I'm not sure if he's trying to get a reaction, or if he's just, like, really invested in this person. Yeah, like I said, I haven't really watched any of his videos. I have, like, certain thoughts that come from just hearing this and that, but I responded to the students' arguments pretty directly. And I said, like, okay, yeah, he is challenging conventions, and he's been arrested for it. So it's like Socrates in that sense, but it seems like his promotional story is very, very different than the kind of truth-seeking I was going for, but that's fine too. Oh yeah, Thwop. I don't mean to say that he's guilty in anything but the court of public opinion. I just mean to say if one's put it forward, like, somewhat traditionalistic conception of masculinity, I don't fully understand why one would do that these days. But then I'm probably not the target audience. Okay, unfortunately it's the case that I can't fit in more ladder beds without without having the ability of them to wake each other up. And if they wake each other up, they get, I think, a 25% rest for the whole night. Okay, I'm sure someone will be fine. I tend to make my my schedules in 4-person blocks, so let's make a 4-person block schedule for these 4 beds. So to this schedule page, and we'll move some folks over. As of right now, none of these folks are preferring daytime or nighttime or anything, so it can be basically any schedule at all. So where do we have a block of people not yet sleeping? Yeah, no one's sleeping at the early morning. Let's add that now, where let's start someone sleeping, like, right as morning comes. Because no one in particular works better at daytime or nighttime unless they say they work better at daytime or nighttime, I believe. So who wants to move over? Probably doesn't matter too much. Hello, Bubbles. Oh, the one person who can't move here is Lindsay, because Lindsay needs to be able to sleep in the light room upstairs. So Ruby and Marie and Catalina, will say. Ruby and Marie Hondo and Catalina. Sounds like a beautiful beach town somewhere. Right. So the main priority, then, we only actually have 3 set up. We can put 2 more beds in here, actually. And then we have private rooms for absolutely everybody. I mean, sorry, private rooms. A nice barracks for absolutely everybody, which means we'll no longer need this barracks here, I think. The characters moving were Catalina, Marie, and Ruby, I believe. And I've forgotten the last one, so we'll pull that one up and see. Bubbles. Good old Bubbles. And people on cot still 1, 2, 3, 4, 4. 3 fit here, and then Lindsay enjoys her little room here. I'm glad that despite all the problems with oxygen, at least Lindsay's room is nicely oxygenated. Hey Various, have I watched The Good Place? Yes, I've watched the entire thing because my students started coming in one semester and knowing all of my examples before I was able to bring them up in class. And so, like, I would make a quick reference, like, you know, what happens if you are a doctor who has one person who is catatomically knocked out and 4 other people who need organs? Is it permissible to kill the first guy to save the other 4? And the students are like, oh, this is the trolley problem. And I said, whoa, 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 trolley problems tomorrow. What are you doing? And so they told about The Good Place, and so I went and watched all of it, and I really enjoyed it. It was a good show. I then actually ended up writing a book review of Michael Schur's How to Be a Good Person, I think it is, whatever his book is called. I wrote a book review of that for one of the major book reviews, and I found it useful and interesting. But then I do have a very, very low standard for these kind of things. I'm someone who will say, like, if it gets more people thinking philosophically, I love it. Even though many of the other reviews of the Schur book were, this person's not an academic philosopher, what are they doing writing about philosophy, blah, 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 etc. Fair enough, it's good night. It's always good seeing you, my friend. See you again tomorrow, I'm sure. Okay, I think the only thing remaining on my goal list for today I have not done is just dig up. So I'm actually going to change that from dig up to dig down. So we found this little box. No. My precious Sweetles, they are no more. Oh no, the Sweetles all became the giant grub grubs that are so horrifying. They're doing the grub grub rub. No. Oh, so the reason I don't like this is they don't produce sugar anymore. They instead produce mud. And what does mud do? It can be sludged into water and dirt. Last time I saw these, I immediately went over and gave them the death. There's one stuck here. Wait, how did this grub grub get here? What are grub grubs? They're a mutation of the Sweetle. I think sugar goes in, or maybe sulfur goes in, and mud comes out. Yeah, either one actually. Sucrose or sulfur go in, mud comes out. So I don't know. Okay, like I said though, there is a fellow here I'd like to go meet, and so we're gonna do that. That's be the last big goal for today, and see what is what, and then we may attempt to head towards the surface a little bit and see what we find. I'm considering freeing these Sweetles as a quick replacement of all of those. But what's the chance of a Sweetle? So it's only a 2% chance of a Sweetle dropping a Grub Grub egg. But I'm guessing once one does so, like once one becomes a Grub Grub, it very quickly replaces all the other Sweetles. But wouldn't the remaining Sweetles still produce more Sweetles? Because I thought it was a 1-to-1. Like, if you have a character, if you have one wild animal, it replaces itself with one wild animal. And so all, I guess, 4 of the Sweetles here eventually replace themselves with Grub Grubs. It's a 2% chance on each one. Over how many cycles would you need to have? The chance for grub grubs increase if they tend to plants. Okay, Kawa, I didn't know that. Thank you. So it's not just 2%. If they take care of the plant, the number goes up. Got it. I'll be less horrified now then. What are mutation criteria? I think it's just a percentage chance on delivery. Okay. We'll deal with natural gas eventually. I don't know what I'm doing with it. But for right now, I'm just going to go ahead and seal it in with more igneous rock. Good. Oh. Yeah, just don't look too close to the grub grubs. We'll deal with them later. So I guess if we want to keep sugar being produced, we should put the Sweetles in a place like this where they have no plants to take care of. I guess we could just dump a feeder down here for sulfur rather. Okay, once this is built, we then want to dig our way down through presumably the cooler half of this thing. Awesome. And I will leave the I'll go straight through Sweetleville, that's fine. I keep thinking this is a neutronium pad. It's just coal, but this is a single straight line. I'm like, oh, neutronium. No, surely not. Surely not. Any germs here? Ah. So there's a swamp just below, it seems. Or not a swamp, whatever that first biome is called. What kind of gas do we have here? Vacuum and polluted oxygen. I guess we'll clear the oxygen. To do that, though, we have to get power down here. To do that, we need a transformer. However, never mind. I thought we had a transformer here. Here we do. The power on this one is 0 load. Okay, this is just the carbon skimmer line, so let's go ahead and add this to whatever we're doing down here. Maybe the character inside the storage container will like us to add in some kind of give him power so he can watch his favorite TV shows. I don't know why I'm following the ladders on this, but I'm following the ladders on this for now. Down here we'll make a deodorizer, like so. I'll put one over here too. Double deodorizer, double the fun. Got about a half hour left on today's stream. I want to say thank you for hanging out with us as we continue to play. I was thinking a moment ago of going and getting some more coffee, but I'll just continue streaming and hanging out, and that'd be a good time. I noticed that as we dig down here, the carbon dioxide will definitely come down with us. So most likely, I would like to just dig out this spot as well, which will help the carbon dioxide get sequestered, and will hopefully allow us to get some of the oxygen from here down. But no, probably a place where we need to pump oxygen in. We'll see, we'll see. Hey, Mark85G, thanks for the follow. I appreciate that. Glad you're enjoying being with us so far. Okay, down here we see additional coal, more granites, a little vacuum there. No cool temperature changes except for this. Just a vacuum, no worries. Okay, I thought there might be a big swamp area down below, but I'm seeing a little bit of sliminess, and that's about it. Hey, Canadian Cloud, this game looks pretty neat. It is a ton of fun. It's exploration and colony survival and logistics and I can't say enough good words about it. Though if you're not careful, it can kind of sting you. I say, oh, I'm having a fun time, everything's great, and then suddenly, oh no, we're on fire. That's a bit of a wake-up call every single time. So, I know that this map does not have oil at the bottom. We'll only find oil when we go to the next planetoid. But I'm wondering what the base level will be then. Oh, I think it has magma, doesn't it? I think there is some magma down here. An obsidian here. And neutronium. And neutronium. Alright, that's an area we don't really have explored at all yet. Huh. I thought this was overpressure. I'm making sure nothing's leaking here, but, yeah, for some reason, this is being able to pump again. So fairly recently, this was off. I don't know how long its off period is. Next time it goes off, I might try to get in there and seal it up, or perhaps turn it into something useful by running the brine through it. I probably at some point need to stop using my brine for running this, and instead use it for actually cooling the base. Speaking of which, how's this biome looking? It's still nice and cold. No concerns at all. Everything's beautiful. Volcano. Hot oxygen. Someone new is at the door. Hello. Joya seed, muckroot, or some little friends. Muckroot it is. Tasty. I checked the gas pressure near the steam vent. 10 kilograms. 10 kilograms. 173 polluted oxygen. 173 polluted oxygen. So the oxygen part is real good. And a little polluted oxygen's hanging out nearby. Yeah, so maybe some of the polluted oxygen's here. Not sure. The digging down does continue. How much oxygen do they have when they get over here? Oh, quite a bit, actually. I was worried they were going so far from the oxygen mask area, which really is here still. All the way through might take some trouble. Can I make this go a little better? Well, we do have the slide down here. And they have to kind of awkwardly hop through this part. It's not so slow, though. One thing we can do is just put a tile there. No reason not to. We could put a very tiny fireman pole there. Oh, and here they have to hop, hop, hop down. Those are the Sweetles come down and tend to the plants before. Instead... No, I don't want to ruin the beautiful Sweetle house I made. We'll leave it as is. So digging will get done gradually here. What do we see now? So first thing is the mailbox. And we can't read about it, I'm afraid. Yeah, so there are two levels of the mailbox. One says, nothing quite like receiving a homemade gift in the mail. I thought there was a second level of it I clicked on yesterday. It's not like homemade cookies or something. Anyway. Here in the middle, the process of recruiting the building's lone occupant involves completion of key tasks. First things first is knock on the door. There's a knock knock button. Can't wait. Can't wait to find out what's inside. Probably 1 or 2 more days of digging, especially if I want to have this wire run, which will allow us to pump out and clear this oxygen. The oxygen itself is not germy. We already checked that. I shouldn't keep worrying about the same thing over and over again. Cool. Very glad to report that the carbon dioxide line, which had previously been up to here, has now gone down quite a bit. That's really, really awesome. And so oxygen is gradually popping in the base. I think there's a way I can see last cycle. Where is it? It's a report somewhere. Is it vitals? No. There we go. So I want to see the change in gas over the past day or so. So oxygen generation is 630, 640. Well, that's today. Let's go back to yesterday and see where it won't change at all. So yesterday we produced 1,000 gas and removed 960. We're positive 83 kilograms. Not a huge amount, but that's okay. The deodorizers are really, really helping by getting that polluted gas turned over. Cool. We have a little excess power. We are wasting some power also. So, yeah, the coal generators are not all turning off simultaneously, and so they're pumping a little bit too much power out. Though that just means we're not consuming enough power, we can definitely add some more. But I believe they're all automated. Yeah, they're all automated to turn on and off based on this battery. Now I have the high threshold where it turns off at 100%. I'm moving down to 90% or so, in hopes that the extra power pumped out will then not push past the cap. We'll see. Steger, thanks for the follow. Hello. The time is now. The day is here. Gotta get them plugged in. Lots of wires coming through. Awesome. Hey, there it is. I was wondering where the bottom of the base is. My friends, we've found it. We now have found the very, very bottom of this map. Magma. 1,859 kilograms of over 1,500 degrees. That is ridiculously cool. Got a neutronium pad right there. Wait, this is a very narrow pad. Wait, why is this neutronium pad so narrow? Huh. I thought that even very narrow geysers were on an equally wide pad. That's interesting. All right, we got places to go and things to see then. And we're hoping this one actually is useful and interesting. And as we dig it out, will not immediately explode around us. Cool. And I know we saw another pad over here somewhere. Somewhere in here. And we'll find that if we dig across the rest of the way. So something I often like doing, and I'm not sure I'll be able to do it on this one, is having a tunnel all the way across the bottom of the map with multiple ways into it, all of which have good oxygen tubes available. So we'll see. We'll see if that can get done. Lots of idle dupes. I'm not making enough jobs quick enough. Okay. Carbon dioxide here I've talked about getting rid of previously. I don't think any/many dupes should be coming in here anymore. Unless I'm going to lower the priority on the sand bin. No, if I lower it, they'll come in and take it out. I'm going to turn off the storage bin for sand. Is that right? Okay. I'm going to say no sand allowed. But I don't want them to take the sand away. So what I'm thinking about right now, I just don't want dupes to come and take this. The way to do that, I suppose, would be get rid of the ladders that are stuck in here. They're stuck in not coming in. Or we just lock this door, right? We can lock the door here and then no one come in, and that is fine. We'll let them in at some point. As long as there's no more carbon dioxide introduced, we'll be totally good, because the carbon dioxide won't be able to rise up over here. Yeah, it's all chlorine there. Good. All right, what to do to stop the idleness? Well, I guess we can dig out more of this slime area and potentially like make more spawns. We could also continue to dig going up. So I see all this icy stuff, which is not exactly an icy biome. I wonder if the icy stuff is on the way to the surface. Or is it really an absolutely gigantic icy biome? Kind of guessing that is in fact the surface. So let's invite some dupes to help dig up that way. And I know I sealed it up right here. I'm going to cut that back open again and instead seal here and here. And we'll first thing go over and grab the oxalite right there. Cool. And then we'll continue our ladder line up. And we'll get some salt, we'll get some ice, and we'll see what else we can find. No regolith yet. I wonder if regolith's still in the game. I know that the mechanics for space have been changed quite a bit. What is the priority on this build here? That's a ladder. How about on the wire? Job 3, job 4. I'm going to increase that all the way. Just make sure I come down and do it first so we can get this area pumped out and we can go meet Hello in the box. We've dug out a little bit more here, so can we see anything else? Nope, just a tremendous amount of igneous rock. And some iron. Lovely iron. Temperature down here is wicked hot. Not off that, a little bit warm. Nothing too crazy. Little vacuum hanging out. Additional rooms. So we haven't been to this room yet, which will have some items probably, some nice clothing. We can dig in from below and the chlorine will fall. Over here is something else. Tremendous amount of polluted water. What's this? Oh, the hot tub. We've actually known where the hot tub is for a very long time. I just haven't actually engaged with it at all. Okay. Okay. So last time we looked for water down here, it was on this line here. Now it's on this line here. I expect this is again freezing pipes due to the polluted water going in being a little bit too cold. That's 8.3. That will not freeze. We're going to trust it'll keep working forever. I've got a big old pile of brine here at negative 20 degrees. I'd love to get that melted, but yeah, do. Keep on climbing higher and higher. We can't see the background at all here. It's not gases, so I do kind of wonder, like, once we dig into this, will it suddenly be the background of space, or will we see space peeking out above sooner or later? More dirt, more ice. Gotta believe we're getting close. Deodorizers have been added. We'll dig here now and let some gases in and out. It is very, very heavy carbon dioxide. I hope it's the case that the fellow inside the shipping container has an oxygen mask of his own or oxygen production somewhere. Can you imagine if he opens the front door, immediately inhales carbon dioxide, and that's the end of the playthrough? I thought you'd be a friend. Instead, you are my only foe. I came down here to be away from people like you. Just like that. I believe we made some more beds to assign. No, we do have one here, though. So Lindsay stays away. Nails needs a bed. Nails is the only one who needs a bed right now. So the only missing bed then is on... Oh, Hassan also. And Bonnie. Actually, 3 more needed. So let me go down here and make a few more. Alright, my friends, we push the knock button. And Abe himself goes say hello. Abe, our greatest digger. Inside we see a warning, a wee-oo. Video. Oh, someone's looking out. Someone glanced out. We know there is someone inside now. Initial contact was a success. Our neighbor seems friendly, though extremely shy. They'll need a little more coaxing before they're ready to join my colony. Alright, and we can see what they need right now is some food. Oh, 3? I'm sorry, what? Okay, I was gonna say 3 unique food items. We can definitely do that. The food, though, must be +4 quality or better. Do I have any food that is +4 quality or better? Oh, that's crazy. And then improve nearby decor to 120 or higher. And then turn on its lights. That's the ability to power enough time to cheer up the occupants. How much power do you need? Or just any power at all? We already have the power here, that's cool. So I'll plug you on in. It's only 60 watts. Alright, we can definitely do that, no issues. Click on mailbox. I've clicked on the mailbox. I'm guessing it would be like, if you have good food, you can put it here. We do not have any good food. Oh boy. Oh boy. Yeah, many of you said that the hermit is incredibly greedy and very hard to satisfy. I'm definitely understanding why that is. Like, honestly, I'm not sure I've ever made any especially good food. My dupes tend to survive on lesser quality. So the things we can make at the grill, the fanciest one may be the omelet, which is +2. Grapefruit preserve, we can make that also. It's +3. That's getting close. The cooked seafood, +3 also. Yeah, I'm fairly sure +3 is the best we got here right now. So we might need to have the next level of, what's it called? Like the natural gas oven, I believe? Probably that. Unless one of these adds a level of deliciousness. It does not. It does not at all, unfortunately. Yeah, I think we have to do a gas range, probably. I think I've never had a base with a functional gas range because I'm so afraid of natural gas. But that's fine. Alright. So right now I have digging jobs on both ends of the base. So if we're actually in close to space, I should add a door just to make sure we don't get absolutely everything sucked out of the base. Also, oh, Resorty, good thing you found the Oxalite, but I believe we're fine here. If not, I hope you enjoy watching my base melt. Yeah, I don't think it turns on so long as this section here is closed. I forgot how tall these were. Oh man. You're not allowed to pile back over top of it, correct? Yeah, once you opened it, you opened it. Well, just in case. Just in case. Just in case. Just in case. It's only 500 degrees coming out, so it will not melt the granite. Oh boy, it's shaking. Oh boy, it's shaking. It'll eventually kick in because the very top's open. Well, that's fun. That'll be fun. Maybe made a very slight oopsie-doopsie there. Overpressure. It's overpressure and so cannot come out. Good job, Oxygen. You keep it up. No, it shouldn't emit? Okay. I don't think it does. I really thought you have to have this part open for it to emit, but I'm happy to admit either way. I admit that I do not quite know which way it is. What I was thinking, though, is let's go ahead and dig out right here and put an airlock just in case. So we can quickly seal if things get bad up there. I'll add just a little bit more for fun. On the other end of digging, what do we got down here? Son of a gun! Friends, I give to you another minor volcano. Boo, boo. And so this one is much less wide than before. Like, they're usually 4 wide. Huh, hope that's not the magic spots. What comes out is 1,700 degrees. Good, 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 good. Alright. Hello, Obsidian. You're gonna steal that in just in case. What temperature does Obsidian melt? Yeah, 2,000 or so. That'll be fine. Yeah, eventually it'll be great to have big heat producers, but like I said, I've never actually used anything involving magma. I've actually never even like engaged the magma down here or pumped the near out or really anything. The hottest thing I've dealt with so far is just oil. I thought we saw another neutronium pad over here. Okay, maybe I just saw this one from multiple sides and read it as being 2 separate ones. Yeah, that seems very, very likely. Very, very likely. Oh. Another little area there. Has been dug out now. We'll just dump an airlock. Did we get power to our buddy down here? So close, Stinky. You can do it, man. You can do it. Bye, Stinky. Oh! The person popped out and gives a thumbs up. So they are engaging with us. even though the wire's not done. Hello. Hello, that's nice. Huh. I wonder if it's just because we have a power plug plugged into there. Let's go get this done first. I'm curious to see if anything happens for accomplishing a goal this character has. Okay. See what we got there. Low rust, that's fine. Over here we can make 2 more beds. I wonder where my my refined metal's going. Maybe we haven't made quite enough yet. We'll see, we'll see. Somebody on the way. Unreachable, unreachable, unreachable. People are already coming, I believe, with other tasks to do, and taking all of the gas masks to do it. That scads more coal. As right now, we still have 27 tons, but I'm very glad we know where some more is. Over here, more obsidian. I think I was thinking that maybe below this obsidian would be more neutronium. But that'll be for another time to explore. Here we go. Bonnie, you're fished up? You're doing just one? Bonnie? Bonnie? I think that's what happens when there's a tremendously long run to get here. Wait, really, Lindsay? You're hungry. Oh, gosh. Yeah, this is where we need to absolutely work on having faster ways around the base. So probably time to start thinking about the tubes, though I do recognize that the tubes are requiring us to have plastic. I may go ahead and make this the most important job of the entire base. Otto's on the way. Hello, Otto. All right, plug it in. There's one more. Otto? Otto? Here comes Bubbles. The one person comes down at a time to get them all done. Hooray! The light bright is on. Apparently this will improve the happiness of the fellow inside. That's good. Looks real nice. Does that help with the decor at all? Nah, still looking a little bleak in there. A little bleak for sure. We'll work on that soon enough. Alright, my friends, I think we're going to call it there. I think we're going to say that is that. Thank you for hanging out with me. I hope you had a good time today. Today we accomplished all of our goals, actually, factually. And that's a rare thing. So I'll be back tomorrow with some more Auction Not Included. Tomorrow is not a teaching day, so I can be here quite a bit longer if we want to. And look, behold, it's space. We have found the edge of space and the bottom of the map. We have a nicely surviving colony of oxygen and not too much heat, right? Not too much heat. Everything is turning up resorty. Is this finally the playthrough that we successfully build a beautiful spaceship and blast off? Will there be no troubles the entire rest of the game? You gotta believe it. You gotta believe it. Whichever way, thanks for being here, folks. I'll see you again tomorrow. I'm gonna get a sandwich. Maybe you should get one too. Goodbye, goodbye, goodbye.